Yeah,
I mean, my wife complains a lot about not being able to understand Spanish speakers from some parts of Central America at all.
but she speaks Spanish.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And can those people understand her when she speaks Spanish?
Not always.
Okay, but sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, she's from the New York Latino community is probably the best point of origin to put it there. So
Okay.
people who are fresh off the boat from somewhere often are using nouns in particular that are unfamiliar.
Yeah. Right.
Language is a very interesting topic.
It is. And
Oh God,
yeah,
yeah.
I do like playing with the space or British English. I'm glad that you play with it too, because it makes it all more interesting.
Only problem is, I think Walter was the main one, and now he's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the evolution is the opposite way.
But
Actually, I think
I do still need help understanding the help.
Yeah.
I think this guy learned Spacer and then had to learn British English afterward.
Okay. Yeah. I could definitely see that. Spacer is one of it's called Spacer for a reason. It's the language that you pick up in space. That's the community shared language as much as there is one in the sector. So picking that up and then kind of refining into British English that makes sense.
By the way, just to make
Yes.
sure that I understand the objective of this mission, or let me rephrase it. Essentially, we are attempting to uh, wait, what's the word? Covertly, allow Henry, or I'm sorry, Wayne, to take over the station without him knowing we helped, right?
Kind of. I'll give you a little bit of an opportunity to talk to Handler Makoto. Oh, I forgot to make a token for her. Oh well.
Nice.
I have a picture that I'll flash up in the Darkstar universe so you can know who's talking to you.
Right.
Yeah, I guess that's easier than doing a handout.
Yeah, it is.
I was gonna suggest doing a handout. That's like, oh wait, no, that's actually more work.
All right, nothing jumping out at me that's easy to Google to put in as a face shot here, but that's fine.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I wouldn't be able to really throw it in right now anyways. I'd do it during the break, but
I recommend Art Breeder. It's actually I just scroll through that until I find something that looks,
yeah, I spent how long was I at that Aura? About 4 hours. Not like nonstop, but just kind of
Yeah,
picking at it
off
off
and
and
on,
on. Yeah.
eventually ending up with a alcoholic-looking Frank Welker, which will get used in my game.
He just kept saying, "Oh, looks a little bit too drunk now. Looks too creepy."
We
If
were
you
having
feel
a
like
devil of a time getting the drunk nose sort of effect
Yeah.
in there, and it just kept going into weird places while we were trying to do it, is my recollection.
Yeah, face tones are actually quite difficult to do in Art Breeder. Like, I love freckles, and they're really hard to keep in Art Breeder because it wants to average them out. And the same goes for, flushed cheeks or a red nose.
It was
makes
very
sense.
hard to make him look like a guy who was altogether too familiar with bottles. The Art Breeder.
All right, so I've posted in stars. We're gonna go ahead and get this show on the road here. You've seen the situation, and if you didn't see it, I posted the mission brief by Handler Makoto last night. I will post a picture of her in just a moment. But first, this is before you guys have flown off in. Gosh, dang it! I forgot to do a name for the ship that you're flying again. We're gonna call it the Gift Return.
All right.
Flying off in Gift Return. and she has just finished briefing you. She doesn't ask if you have any questions, and for those that with prior experience with her know that she doesn't want any questions. She just wants you to go and do your job. But she is available to be asked questions. Does anybody do so?
Nothing for me.
Anna would like to clarify
dang
the. Wait, now what's that supposed to mean?
Oh no! I was danging it over. I flashed the image up on the screen.
It's just you say that as I start actually asking a question.
Yeah.
So, Mikoto, could I clarify the goal of this mission?
What is there to clarify?
I want to make certain that our intent here is to covertly weaken the station or allow Wayne to, in charge of the new Raza, to take over the station more easily. Is that correct?
You are not taking over the station. Do you think you four can take over a station?
No, I'm just asking if our goal is to ease Wayne's or
Yes, yes,
make
it
it easier
is.
for Wayne. Excellent.
Here is the plan. And she kind of disinterestedly gives you a little bit of a glimpse into what the actual plan is, with some visual aids. Let's see if this works. Nope, that does not work.
Like a poorly made PowerPoint.
No, looks like selected references from her own notes. There we go. There's Handler Makoto. I tried.
She appears disinterested.
She does, yeah. The biggest challenge in trying to find a face for her was keeping those dead eyes, dead, uninterested eyes. Everything I made looked more interested in whatever was going on.
Right.
So her plan involves all of Colin Wayne's fleet, everyone that all the ships that he has gathered with him, approaching Henry Station. That she knows is going to put the station in yellow alert as they scramble fighters on standby and power weapons. The fleet is not going to announce itself. It's not going to heed commands to slow and announce. Meanwhile, Makoto and her ship is approaching a lower dock from a different direction, and going to be putting on a terrified act. Let me in. They're shooting out here. Our captain needs medical attention, and the like. That is supposed to stall the dock long enough for you guys to secure it and make sure that she can enter it. She is fully expecting that in the time it takes the fleet to disable the station's weapons, that all the other docks will have been shut and locked, and the Wayne's fleet is basically going to be taking boarding actions and cutting into the station at docks. They're then going to board and get mowed down by entrenched security. She knows that they're going to suffer heavy losses. That is putting that detail out there is the only point at which she seems less disinterested. And once the fleet has flooded in and overwhelmed the station security, which will be far fewer in number than what the fleet can put in, since she's got basically sycophants at Wayne's disposal. They're basically just going to charge main tunnels and the core of the station with their overwhelming numbers, line those maintenance tunnels with explosives, and take it hostage. That's why your job is to make sure that those tunnels are clear and unobstructed. And the most important part is getting that dock that she's going to be flying to secured so that you can make sure she gets in and is not attacked.
Right. Okay.
And what window do we have after receiving the signal?
2 minutes.
Is that? I thought that was 2 minutes after we get the docking control open. Is that 2 minutes from the signal? You mean?
Well, it's not exactly 2 minutes from the signal. She'll report back an exact ETA, but basically once the fighting starts is once the station goes on alert is when you've got 2 minutes.
Right.
Okay. So you're saying that it'll be locked down, like that control won't work after that 2 minute window.
Right. She reveals that Henry Station, as probably many stations do, have a central docking control.
Probably a lot more secure.
Right, where they can essentially lock out the controls at any individual dock, and they automatically do that as part of their risk containment whenever they're under attack, just in case somebody like you guys tries to do exactly what you're doing.
Right.
Which is why timing is crucial.
That is why timing is crucial. Turns back to turns back and stares at Anna. Do you have any more questions?
Yeah, that'll do.
Anyone else?
Oh, just in the hypothetical situation
She
that
rolls her eyes.
apology. But in the situation that, of course, we're being as discreet as possible. Do you want us to do this as non-lethally as possible? How concerned are you with the lives of the people on this station? Of course, we're not going at guns blazing, but if we
She
have to.
starts walking away. Jack
All right.
Mercer, the team is under your control.
I'm pretty certain they don't care.
I'm not trying to make her likable.
Oh, no, you're doing a fantastic job.
It'll be fine. Don't worry about them.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Because otherwise, why am I here?
Myokin, did you see the last few things that I mentioned to you about
Yeah.
your
So.
character? Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I'll look at Jack Mercer and I'll say, "Well, what are we doing?"
I'm also going to say that I think only Jack Mercer knows.
Okay.
So you want to go ahead and just send him a quick message?
Sure. I don't remember who
I know
that
Spice
is.
King's away from the computer, but that's fine.
Oh, it's
Oh,
Spice
right.
King.
Okay.
And he's also muted for a second, so I imagine there are timers going off. Oh, unmuted.
There we go.
I just came back.
Excellent.
Hey.
Perfect timing. Your free merchant ship,
There you go.
the gift return, is ready for you to board and make your way to Henry Station. It's a few days of a drill. You guys can get to know each other in that time, and then a couple days travel to the station. So, in that time, why don't we just get some quick descriptions of characters and just a real quick basic information of what each character would know about the other.
Who'd like to start? Unless you would like me to start.
Now we're going to go ahead and go with Jack Mercer.
Yeah. Of course, the guy was running around up until a minute ago or whatever.
Yes.
Jock Mercer is just a bit of a lanky build, kind of a nerd. Been in some rough places. He looks much healthier than he did last time around you saw him. Fucking 1 HP. But bit of not a nice guy overall. If you get on his bad side.
All right. Let's go ahead and from there just go down the list. Our links.
So, an R.A. Magoo is a generally Samoan-looking guy, originally from Kos. Nobody's exactly sure how he ended up working for Spectre Star, but he's here as a technical specialist. He is a really big guy, very athletic.
All right.
All right, and next we'll go with Meowkin.
All right, Anna is nominally here as someone who can, talk and convince people. So like diplomat kind of stuff. And anyways, she is fairly nondescript, like basically on the attractive side, but average. Like nothing really seems remarkable about her. Her public document does seem a little bit lacking. If anyone reads dossiers.
All right, and last, BB.
Oh, right. So Leon is a pretty very standard-looking Caucasian male. Nothing super fancy. He's not, super charismatic or super smart. He's average, but he is a bit physically inclined. He's well built. And he's willing to explain to the rest of the crew that he was a thug off of Astos who found better work with Spectre Star. He's fresh-faced and new with the company.
Welcome to Spectre Star, Leon.
Thank you. It's, better than doing gang work and all that.
If at any point on the way here we were on the ground on an actual planet, and R.A. probably seemed really uncomfortable on an actual planet.
You would not have been. You've been on the ships, since, any of you met up.
There he's very at home.
Oh, print's done.
Print's done.
3D printer.
Oh, neat. Pointer, that's what I'm looking for. Select 2. Yes. All right. That was your trip through Metaspace and your character acquaintance program, the CAP. You guys are on approach to Henry Station, and your pilot says that he is right now receiving authorization. Why does Roll20 have such archaic keyboard shortcuts? Text tool is not just, hey, I need text, T. It is F and then D.
Yeah, I need to learn to actually like those keyboard shortcuts because they're useful, but it's like, yeah, they're really awkward.
Yeah. You are assigned to Dock C, or 2C. And he puts you down. Handler Makoto did warn you that Henry Station has fairly strict search protocol, weapons and armor.
Mm-hmm.
So unless you have some way of, unless you have the assassin focus, which just automatically lets you hide an item, or you want to try to hide it on your person, You know that you're going to be searched.
Do I know, or do we have any information, or can I sort of assume, or do I think they'd be okay with the secure clothing being worn?
Yes, secure clothing is typically okay. It's hardly ever even registers in most
Right.
stations.
Yeah,
How
just
about
wanted to make
armored
sure.
undersuit?
Armored undersuits are also okay. Initially, I had said and combat armor, but that felt a little bit unnatural as far as language goes. So basically, anything that's not combat armor is fine.
Oh, awesome.
I suppose war paint would also get some looks.
So the Makoto Fang has the concealed mod, right? Which means they won't find it if I have it on my person as well.
That's correct.
Which also means I can bring in my backup knife, right? With the assassin focus.
Yes, it does.
Oh,
Would they care about a knife or a laser pistol?
They do.
Lovely.
I could,
So-
if someone needs me to leave my backup knife behind and I smuggle a weapon in, I can do that.
oh, actually, I was planning on bringing in, the requisition pistol because I can hide that pretty easily, and then smuggling in my mag pistol with the assassin foci. So
Yeah, I guess we've got two assassins, so we can smuggle in, we can smuggle in 2 additional weapons because I assume both the assassins got a concealed weapon too.
right.
Package.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I qualified for the package, but don't actually have any sneak, so it's just going to be the knife from it.
Right.
Well, if someone will pocket a gun for me, I'll leave a knife behind.
I mean,
Sneak to use. Hold on. They say you qualified for it.
Stab.
It was stab or shoot. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you don't need sneak to use the for the concealed mod to work.
yeah.
Right. My point is I can't conceal anything else. I qualified for the package, not the focus.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
I've taken terminal, so we actually have some tools at our disposal.
So do I need to? So hold on. Do I might have my backup knife, or I need to smuggle in someone's weapon? Let's figure that out.
Actually, how likely would they be caring about data phase tap or line shunts?
They're only searching for weapons per se, but data phase taps are typically illegal unless you have a actual business need for them, and line shunts are the same. So it's less likely that they're going to find them on a search, but if they do find them, then of course
Then-
that causes problems.
Okay, so we had one person that needed a pistol smuggled, right? And then we also smuggled those data phase tap.
And the line shunts.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm
mean, I
not going to need. Oh, sorry.
I gotta say, I imagine. Well, the line shunt should be pretty easy to smuggle. I mean,
Yeah, I'm not
regardless,
going to worry about the line shunts.
Yeah, those are. Yeah, so I guess the data phase tap.
I'm
assassin-
really not going to need the extra pistol, so I don't mind smuggling in an extra item.
Yeah, I don't really need the backup knife either.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that toolkits and things are perfectly fine for the purposes of this search.
They absolutely are.
Yeah, because that's all coming.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, I'm good to smuggle in.
Yeah, so we'll just leave behind our backup weapons that we were gonna smuggle in, and just take in the one of us takes the data phase tap, and the other one takes.
Who wants the data slab out of my kit? Because I already have a personal one.
So do I.
Am I gonna need one?
I mean, do you need a laptop
I shouldn't personally.
or
Oh.
fully functional tablet? Yeah, I mean, as long as you have a compad.
Yeah.
I don't think a data slab's gonna do as much good. I mean, I guess I'll take. I mean, if no one, if you're just
Well,
offering
like,
it,
I'm suggesting someone else take it so that if we accidentally lose one, we have the backups essentially, and not all on one person.
That's a good point.
redundancy.
Right.
I can appreciate redundancy.
Oh, let me just say, I think a thing you should consider rewriting the creative focus into doing, Dexter, is to letting you jury rig things faster. Because it looks like it takes a long time to jury rig anything.
We'll have 3 days. right?
Well, the creative focus specifically lets you do it within a few minutes, unless you're.
Well,
Did I
he's
miss
talking
that
about
one?
he's talking about like the actual proper jury, like the creative thing. It's not. It's like even it's like a separate thing from jury rigging, right?
So creative
Yeah.
says it gives you fix as a bonus skill. A number of jury rig devices equal to your fix skill plus your int mod
Uh,
don't require maintenance. It doesn't say anything about making them any faster. In fact,
Gotcha. I am
Oh,
thinking the level
it's the
2
level two.
version,
Yeah, the
which
level
lets
two
you
for
MacGyver
MacGyver.
things.
yeah, I didn't go quite that deep. I
Okay.
also didn't see that as part of the text of the level 2 one, or I maybe would have. That's all right.
Yeah. Um.
I guess the question is, did he have free time before this to jury rig a couple devices? I mean, it's like what? It's I'm trying to remember. It's like you can do it with like within 8 hours at least, right? Or something
It
like that.
it
Your
depends
focus
on
costs
what you're
on
trying
that.
to build. In one part of Crawford's book, in the actual building tech section, it gives these hard time frames of a week for this, half time if you're
Month
jury
for a
rigging it.
vehicle, week for a weapon, suit of armor, or other portable device.
Right.
Jury rig devices cost a quarter as much time as the normal device, so that's good.
There's another
It'll give you
section, a
2 days.
little.
So I definitely have
And there
time
was
to make a
another,
weapon if somebody wants it.
and there was another way to half that time again.
And there's another section, a sidebar in, believe, yes, on page 74. There's a sidebar where it says may take anywhere from 15 minutes to a month.
Probably depending on what you're making.
Yeah, so he's set,
Jury rig.
those specific time frames in the main text, but also has a sidebar that says, yeah, it's basically whatever the GM decides. So I'm not going
Well,
to
sure, if I
necessarily.
told you I wanted to make, something that wasn't a gun, you probably wouldn't have any reason to make it take days, depending
Right.
on what it was.
If you're just trying to jury rig something that I say, okay, that should be pretty quick, it'll take a half hour. I'll make a quick decision at that point. You are in Dock 2C.
Right. Oh, they wouldn't have a problem bringing a vac suit on, correct? Or
You certainly can wear it on.
Be a little
Mhm.
weird.
Yep.
It shows a lack of trust.
that? Yeah, that's a good point.
A pretty sensible lack of trust. I'm bringing the vac suit. They told us we would need one.
No, you-
Exactly.
No, he's making it sound like he's walking in with it on.
Oh no! Sorry, that's a good point. I'm
If you have a
keeping it
backpack, there's
so.
stuff in your backpack.
Yeah, that's where I'm putting it. No, I'm not. I'm not wearing it on, of course.
Okay, because
Yeah.
that would just, like I said, that would just display a lot of lack of trust.
No, of course. Trust these people. Yeah. Is there anything else we're gonna need to bring on that isn't something I'll have to smuggle?
Probably got everything we have on us. So
Oh, I have a ton of just backup random tools that I'm going to be sort of leaving on the ship unless we need them that I bought. I have thermal flares, a few glow bugs, some rope, some ammo for a pistol, but I'm not bringing like a pistol that uses the ammo, a telescoping pole, and binoculars.
yeah, I didn't pack much.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just a diplomat. I don't need tools. or
Oh,
anything.
bring the rope. There's always a chance I can come up with something to do with a good rope.
That is a good point. I will bring some of that rope. I'll just stuff it in my backpack. They shouldn't have a problem with me bringing in rope. I'll bring that and the telescoping pole as well.
Alright, this is a crude drawing of. Actually, I messed up the last bits. Of the dock. Your ship, being a frigate, is over here. These are all shuttle landing pads. This is the lower control, basically like the crew area, with a bunch of crew stuff over in the dotted dashed area. And these are airlock elevators. They come up and let you out over here. The docking control is above the crew area over here and is accessible by that door over there. There's a about 10-meter long hallway 10-meter long? I think it was 10-meter long. 10-meter long, 3 meters wide hallway with a security station off to the side. That is the dock layout there.
Could you define accessible in terms of I have runner's edge?
There are it's all windows on the outside of it. There's no actual entries, but if you can break through the window, then it becomes accessible to you then.
Is breaking through the window like a really bad idea if the bay is going to be open?
It's probably a really difficult idea because it's designed for being a window in a room that is vacuum.
Right. My point is a broken window in a room that might be exposed to vacuum seems like kind of a liability.
Which is why they're very durable windows.
Yes, it is a
Yeah.
liability. Now, theoretically, the dock closing mechanism over here will seal so that it's not putting the entire station at risk, and of course, they've got breach holds all over to protect against vacuum exposure. But yes, a broken window up there is probably going to set off more alarms than you might want.
So, not through the window.
Mm-mm.
Are there convenient vents?
There are vents.
Noted.
Oh, that's how they pump the air in and out, right?
Indeed. So, you're in Dock 2C. Have you gotten your equipment and armor and weapons situated?
I'm situated.
Okay. Um, you approach the airlock elevator, and there's a little intercom where you basically have to say that you're coming in. You are requesting to come on board the station. Somebody comes out of the control room, walks around, and brings the elevator down to you. Opens the door, steps out, and surveys the four of you. Looks for armor, and I assume all of you are just wearing allowed armor.
Yep.
Yep.
Looks for visible weapons, and then asks, "Are any of you carrying weapons?"
Not me.
Nope.
All right.
Of course not.
He goes over a real quick list of things that are not allowed on Henry stations. Includes any kind of combat armor, weapons of any sort, even self-defense weapons, and explosives. And then says that he's going to have to search each of you, as well as any packs that you're bringing on board.
Right, of course.
And pulls a little table out from the side of the elevator door, kind of like an airline tray. As you set your packs down, goes through the whole customs business, searches each of you. Are all weapons that you guys do have, are they all either concealed mod or hidden with assassin focus?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then he does not find anything, and he motions you into the elevator.
Does
All
he
right.
comment on the giant pile of junk in Hanari's backpack?
I may need to look at what the giant pile of junk in
That would be
Hinari's
the
backpack
6
is.
units of spare parts that come with the technician
Ah, he does not.
count for.
Say 60?
6 units. It's a lot of spare parts.
Weirdly enough, Anna has the spare parts too.
Yeah, I have spare parts as well. There's a lot of them around, apparently.
He wouldn't let me have a rocket launcher last time. I built it myself.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Um, he taps a key card and takes you up to the top floor and says, "Follow him to the docking control, and he'll get you guys some key cards so that you can go down to your ship at any time." But tells you that anytime you return from your ship, you'll have to go through another quick search.
Oh, of course.
Takes you on over to, well, I guess there's now a square there. To that square.
Just don't get handsy.
No, he was actually quite restrained and professional about it.
Perfect gentleman.
I'm not quite a perfect gentleman, but he was very restrained and professional. Couldn't unmute myself for a second.
Czar.
You guys are all issued badges to, like he said, return to your ship without having to get one of them. And now that you're up top, you can see that there are places for 3 people in the docking control. Currently, there's only him and one other person. That other person is the one that's making your badges while he just stands there and watches you. It's pretty easy to identify what their individual roles are. And you guys are given badges and basically sent on your way.
Right. Looking at the badge, how, if I can tell from the badge, how much access on this station are these badges going to give us?
It looks like, well, that would be difficult to tell by looking at it, I think.
Okay. I was wondering if there was like something to denote it on there, but if not, then.
Well, can you think of a skill that would imply your character has that knowledge?
Connect to notice if any symbols might sort of connect, or not connect, but sort of register or line up with anything else he's seen so far. Like if any doors match anything he sees on there,
Well, how about we go
sense
a
of
little bit more specific than that and say that connect would be sufficient if you want to roll it for your character for Leon to just know.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I don't use this skill often, so.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
I tend to play skills a little bit loosely. In this case, connect is a perfectly good stand-in for your character has been around. This is kind of knowledge that somebody who's been around would know.
All right. What stat do you want me using that with?
Let's go ahead and use intelligence with that.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
5.
Your character is not familiar enough with Henry Station to know just how much access this little card would give him. The card really has no markings on it of any identifiable markings on it. So glancing at it won't tell you.
All right. I didn't think so, but
So
was worth a shot.
I was not actually joking about the convenient vents. Have I seen any yet?
I didn't think you were joking. There were vents into the control room. You could see them more clearly as you were in there, and they are too small for a human, especially a human of Hinata's size.
See. So how would one hypothetically get into this room without actually getting in through the door or the windows? Do I have any idea about that? Do I see anything plausible?
Do you have the sneak skill?
No, but I have notice.
Okay.
And a lot of knowledge of space station infrastructure, if you wanted to go fix instead.
I would certainly allow fix. Go ahead and roll int fix.
I feel like that's fix wisdom, honestly.
What's your argument for wisdom?
If it were notice, it would be wisdom, right?
Okay, I'll take that. Go ahead.
That'll be an 8.
So the docking control is fairly well secured, as you would probably expect it to be on a Union station or a Galactic Mandate station, for that matter. The vents are deliberately too small for people, uh, because because, um, and
Space station design has come a long way since they built all the cities on coast. That's all I know. They have
oh
lots of
yes,
vents,
yeah.
people fit in there all the time.
And that's actually a design intent on coasts, is to make it so that people can get to places if certain tunnels are no longer accessible.
Totally different principle of operating and design over there.
Yeah, Henry Station and Union stations in general are built with less utility in mind and more security in mind. So all those places that you'd be able to access on coasts are cut off, dangerously cut off, for technicians.
Do I see anything else that might help, considering?
Well, if you didn't want to use a door, then the walls on this side are, of course, just regular walls. The glass on this side is regular glass. And Hinari, having gotten a closer look at the glass facing outward into the void of space, yes, that would take quite some heavy explosives to break through.
So if I want to break in there, I want to break in from the station side. Seems to be the bottom line.
That is the case.
Okay. I'll consider the matter.
Okay.
So, Hanari, where are you trying to go looking at those vents?
Oh, well, you got to be concerned about airflow.
Right, of
Yeah,
course.
You have a thing for vents, huh?
Well, back home, I mean, we build them so you can crawl in them and, get over to the other, what do you call it? Facility? Yeah, facilities through them. Not so much here, huh?
I guess not. Um, hmm.
I mean, I guess that makes sense, but boy, they must be doing double time maintenance. It's real hard to get around.
I mean, how are you going to fix them if you don't get up in them? That's a good point.
As you are walking out into the main station, you're walking past the security guy over here. Well, he's over here. He looks up, but does not otherwise give any indication of challenging or greeting you.
Well, I wave at him. So he thinks
He
about
does not
that.
wave back.
Oh,
Well, that's
so
rude.
sad.
I will point out that Inari is apparently the Polynesianization of Henry, so Inari is kind of amused just to be here.
Oh, all right.
That is very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you guys have arrived at Henry Station. You have 3 days before you have to send your report.
All right, 3 days free time, guys.
All right. I mean, you just want to. I mean, we've got 3 days. We can sort of split this up here. First day, we wander, go with the wind, see if we spot anything. And second day, we sort of inspect that further, see what we can do about it, and then see what we can do about that on the third day as well.
Okay, so we need to make sure that 3 of the docks will be open to receive traffic?
Mm-hmm.
Or
Like, generally? Or right now?
Yeah, when the fleet is supposed to arrive.
Okay, so, I mean, certainly I'm going to want to try to get a look at those docks, or somebody is. If somebody wanted to swipe an RA legitimate technician's uniform and access card, then some damage might hypothetically be done, but he's not going to be much good at stealing one himself.
I could give it a shot, though no guarantees. I'm not any better than the average person is at, stealing things.
Where's Doc Fingers when you need him?
Well,
Oh,
if
sorry.
nothing else, I could probably forge a convincing enough ID.
I mean, if you really want to get into there, I have 3 days. They probably have cleaning supplies somewhere.
It's a good point.
I mean, it can't be hard to get a uniform at the very least.
I mean, hell, if you guys, if we don't mind splitting up a little, I wouldn't mind, if we want to go find out where the technicians are, find a uniform.
Well, yeah, and I mean, we have to figure out what's even on the station, right? Because we don't
Yeah.
know our way around here. So,
hmm
As you're
Well,
walking and
if we get
talking, go ahead, Spice.
yeah, if we can get into their main computer systems, we should be able to get a fairly good rundown on what they have, what they don't have.
That's also a really good point. Smart.
And I just want to give you some flavor here as you guys are walking and talking. The main thoroughfare that you're in right now is fairly well traveled. The station is obviously a ring format with residences sectioned off and businesses sectioned off, and a little bit of intermixing between them at some points. Um, you're seeing mostly women and children, um, not in equal parts. The children are far fewer, um, but the main takeaway is that the men that you see um, appear to have some kind of physical injury or disability, or are old, or are children.
Hmm.
Those of you that have at least Connect Zero, I will, or know Zero, I will just give to this knowledge to you if you want it. Your character doesn't have to know it. Henry Station is primarily a residential facility for the families of union miners that are working in this area.
Oh wow.
So the able-bodied men and women that want to be miners are off somewhere else, and their spouses and children, and sometimes their mothers and fathers, are here.
All right. It's assumed we could know this with a little bit of research if we have, Connect or the no.
That's why I'm saying, yeah, if you have
Yeah,
connector now, then
Okay. Yeah.
something you just now. If you
so
yeah.
want to know it.
if this is a residential station, there's got to be, well, a few things, but notably some kind of entertainment.
Uh, there certainly would be. Yes. What kind of entertainment are you looking for?
Good question.
Well, they don't have too much on the seedier side of things. A lot of the entertainment, as you pull up, the station uh, directory on data slabs, or just stop at its station directory, a la mall style. Um, you see that most of the entertainment is in various Broadway shows. There's some movie theaters, Broadway-like shows, some movie theaters, um, a handful of arcades, and V-arcades, and other venues of entertainment. There are a couple more on the not necessarily adult side, but the not adult as in sexually, but on the adult side as in gambling, betting. But those are all tucked away in a corner. They are tucked away in a corner near one of the docks that you were told to inspect, however. Dock 3E.
Aha. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I guess the first thing we definitely need to know is where these docks are, right? We came in through one of them. 3 is apparently near the
Oh,
casino.
sorry, it's Dock 2A that is the, yeah, got my notes
It
mixed
is
up.
near the where we
Just
came in is right by the casino.
You came in Dock 2C. If you basically take this thoroughfare to the end of its U-shaped path, then you're at Dock 2A, and the a casino, and apparently one of the only adult holovid and yeah, just holovid stores.
Okay. Where are 3D and 3E?
Well, they're on a level below you. Um, and they appear to be just smack dab in the middle of residential and business areas.
Anything notable or large near them?
There are some well-regarded restaurants, some featured restaurants near each of them.
This is a pretty big station.
Mm-hmm.
It is a pretty big station.
Okay, well then we're gonna need to I guess spread out and just look around, yeah.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
Helps if I lean in, but yeah, sounds like a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't seen any like gaping chasms of electronic machinery or exposed lasers just shooting through the place, lighting things up.
You have not. Everything is secured. It's not all clean.
Then this place is just designed all wrong from NRA's perspective.
Everything is
Ah.
contained. You're trapped like you're in a cave.
The main thing he's going to start figuring out is where all the power conduits are and all of the other very important things that he's used to being extremely visible and in high traffic areas for reasons that don't make any sense to anybody who's not from Coast.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye out for like the guards and like what security they have, what sort of patrols they have around here.
Okay.
I'm looking for anything involving their systems, back end stuff, that kind of computer stuff.
Mm-hmm. I
I
want to
think
go.
we're all just sticking to our own forte on that front.
All right. I want to go looking for maybe where the technicians keep their things, or if there's an office for that, etc.
So we want to type out what everyone wants to look for
I was just gonna ask you to do that.
Dexter's sake.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Go ahead
In
and
what
do that
chat would you
into
like?
the Discord.
Oh,
Yeah, universe discussion in Discord.
okay. Perfect. Yep.
Meanwhile, I will draw some more boxes.
Nice.
I'd also, since we're gonna be here for 3 days, trying to figure out where if a lot of the security staff goes certain places after work and stuff like that.
Okay.
Did I miss something?
We are
No,
typing out where you guys want to go in your investigations. What you're doing.
And this is kind of like day one stuff.
And I'm making boxes.
He is making boxes.
I've made some wonderful boxes.
Best boxes.
Perfect boxes.
Those are some good boxes.
Right?
Yeah. How do you do it?
I cannot reveal my secrets.
Oh, never mind. There's a tool.
Damn it.
I'm sorry. Oh, I made you look like a fool, like live on stream as well. I'm so sorry.
I gotta be honest, dude. Only if people have no familiarity with Roll20.
I'm just imagining. Like I said, just imagine a closet with an out of order sign on it. It's like, wait, what?
I've been drawing the area effect of my spells on here for a while now. Like it's no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, the most difficult thing is learning the archaic keyboard shortcuts.
I've never used keyboard shortcuts for anything in my life, so it's not really been a big deal.
Ah,
You're a horrible human being.
I would,
Right.
I would,
Very
s-
inefficient.
It's definitely more important for the DM because you're juggling a lot more things.
I would
Mhm.
say instead of horrible, more like young and has lived in the age of tapping screens.
Exactly.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
know how these computers work.
No, we just hit our make our links feel old quota for the week.
Just
Talking
what?
about not knowing how things work. It's like, wow, all of a sudden Warhammer 40k makes a lot more sense.
That is an old franchise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, specifically, it's like,
Hey,
oh, it's like the Dark
hey,
Ages. They don't know how
we
most
hit
of their
the quota.
technology works.
We hit the quota. No more of that crap.
I didn't know. I didn't hear a memo about some quotas being reached.
Yeah, I'm the diversity zoomer for this server, so
I think you actually are the youngest one on here.
oh, I'm sure.
All right. Now, Spice King, when you say back-end stuff and hacking targets, what exactly are you? Or you're looking for targets that you can hack, terminals that can be hacked. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking for points of interest to get into that sort of stuff.
Okay. So we're going to basically go in the order that you guys have typed. And I'm going to assume that you're basically making a day of this unless something comes up that you want to jump on immediately. So, first off, Anna, looking out and taking notes of security personnel. Attention to where they go after their shifts end. Yeah, actually slide this down a little bit. And then make another box. While I'm making my new box, go ahead and roll me a Wisdom Notice check
All right.
or Wisdom Sneak check.
The same difference.
Okay.
Let me put somewhere here real quick. Oop. Wisdom notice. Hey.
Okay. One of the interesting discoveries of the station. Actually, I'm going to change that a little.
I knew it. I knew there were some CDR parts here.
Is connected to central services, which is this station's administrative and worker area. Even technicians come back in this direction to get their supplies, to check in, to do their reports. Are some bars and a couple of clubs. One of the things that Anna picks up on is that the station has been made very family friendly. It's different from other stations in that respect. Insofar as other stations try to cater more to the visitors than anything else, this station is clearly catering to mothers and fathers who want their child not to walk by a novelty adult bookstore or toy shop and think, oh, toys, and wander away with nightmares.
They won't know their nightmares.
um,
Children are too innocent to understand.
yes, let's go with that. Um, she's not seeing a whole lot of security wandering around. Most of them appear to be posted. Each of the docks are secured in the same manner as the one you came in. with either one or two non-security personnel in the docking control, and one security personnel always there. In addition to the security that is outside the dock and challenges people that are entering that dock to make sure that they actually have business or a ship there. She sees a higher concentration of security actually around central services and not posted. A higher concentration of security personnel that are mobile around central services, and they actually appear to be lounging more than on duty.
Okay, so they are on duty, but they're a lot more relaxed.
That looks like more like where they go when they're off. They're
Oh,
done
okay.
with their
It's
shifts.
break room.
Okay, okay.
Or they're going to or coming from a location.
Okay. So there's not, it seems like there's probably not very many stationed there, but a lot more pass through either off duty or as part of their duties.
And that's probably also where their barracks are.
Okay. That would make sense.
Jack, in trying to find terminals that go anywhere, I do want you to make a sneak check, either charisma or wisdom, or if somebody is accompanying Jack, that can basically be his watch out, they could make that sneak check.
I think we would end up pairing off and not going alone. Ultimately, that'd be my general interpretation.
Okay.
Not a total split up. I'd probably have someone, though I wouldn't particularly care who.
Since Leon is also kind of ending up in the same direction, why don't the
Yeah.
two of you pair off?
Absolutely. I was going to say the thing I'm doing as well probably wouldn't take me too long, but we haven't gotten to that yet, so we don't know. But yeah, I'd be willing to come with you. Absolutely.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So Leon can make a charisma or wisdom sneak check.
Oh, hey, I'm good at either of those. Let me find my sneak. I'll go wisdom. Why not? Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the same thing for both.
All right. There's a lot of traffic in the areas where you're finding open terminals, and you're not really finding a whole lot of opportunity to access terminals that are less visible to the main thoroughfare. They're either in a shop, or there's somebody attending them.
Mhm.
But Jack, I'll still let you try and do a real quick check at the terminals you can find. It is going to have
Alrighty.
a -2 penalty, unfortunately, because of how quickly and surreptitiously he's needing to do it.
If it helps at all, almost like he's at an ATM, I'll sort of stand over his shoulder.
Yeah, that is what your sneak check was.
Yes, yeah, I thought so.
Helps if I take it out of edit.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Helps if I remember to take it out of edit.
Oh, yes, it
Oh.
does.
-2. Let's go with 3d6.
Seems
And
like a good idea.
intelligence, probably.
Yes.
That's a crap roll.
It is a crap roll. Are you keeping it?
No.
Nice.
3, 2, 1. Countdown.
Much better.
Oh.
That is much
Oh, wait, you
better.
forgot the. Oh wait, no, that is with the -2.
That's
Oh my
with
god.
-2.
Yeah.
It's a double 6.
Wow.
Jack is able to find, even with these quick glances, that the public-facing terminals are they're all linking back to servers in central services, and he can quickly determine that he's not going to be able to send any commands that stick from any of these terminals. but he can kind of map out, like I said, where terminals are. Most of them are in central services. However, the docks also have terminals from which hacking commands and administrative actions can be taken. With that role, he can also see that there is a bank of servers in central services that appears capable of shutting out every other terminal in any of the docks. You can see where that bank of servers is, and also that that is a physical access terminal only.
Lovely.
At least for trying to get it to do anything to any other computer in the station.
I don't find any other auxiliary servers for anything.
There's various auxiliary servers for different things, but they're all in central services.
So nothing that I can get close to without entering in central services.
That's correct.
Alrighty. That puts a big fat red X inside central services.
While you've been walking along, Leon, looking for where the technicians work on the stations, and there's the red X.
It do be there.
Now is that an X as a target or an X as a no, we don't go there?
have to
X
ask
is a
Mike
bit of a
for that.
target.
Okay, I thought so.
It's a very metaphorical X.
Leon, I'm not even going to ask you to roll for this because walking around with Jack, and Leon does have notice 0, right?
Oh, do I have notice 0?
I thought he
I
did
do.
for some reason.
I don't.
Oh.
I don't.
Does he have sneak 0?
I do have sneak 0.
Okay. I'll let that substitute in. The technicians that he's looking for are also all congregating around central services. The impression that the both of you are getting is that staff are trying to be as invisible as possible, especially the security, and central services is where they can finally just be seen and where they do their
Right.
work.
Okay.
If it weren't union owned, this station would be the kid friendliest wonder mall of the sector.
Nice. All right.
It's almost too kid friendly.
Can I, or if Jack is coming with, absolutely. Can we find maybe just a stray technician working on something, or just out in the open at all?
You want to talk to someone?
I would like to find a technician to talk to.
Okay. There's you pass a technician or two as you're wandering about. You can approach them.
All right. I'll sort of walk up to him. If he's busy, I'll sort of tap him on the shoulder to get his attention.
He looks up as you're approaching.
Right. I'm so sorry. I just got to the station. I was here to see some family, and they also work on technician.
Family section that way. He points.
Oh, no. I was doing a favor for them. They also work with technician, and they needed me to drop off a uniform. Do you know where I leave the dirty uniforms around here?
The central services laundry. In, left, right.
Right. Thank you. And I'll sort of head off and follow those directions.
Okay.
Yeah.
If Leon and Jack actually do head towards central services.
Yeah, central services laundry, I guess.
His directions, while very simple, actually are right. There's only one way into central services, a fairly wide hallway, about 3 meters wide, and off of it split various other tunnels, hallways. I'm not even sure what they call them in space stations. We're going to stick with hallways.
Passages?
Passages and hallways that look to be occupied offices, but the first left takes you past some, looks like cleaning services offices and rooms, and the first right and directly ahead of you is a large room that says in Russian. Do either of you speak Russian?
I don't speak Russian.
I speak Russian,
Does Jack speak Russian?
but I'm not there.
No, I opted to pick up Spacer proper.
Oh no. Well, I guess we don't know what it says, do we?
I mean,
Uh,
I'm sure space guys have to do laundry sometimes. Maybe it's labeled with things other than Russian too.
um, it's not too much of a mystery because there somebody does come out of one of these other rooms and go into that room, and it is very clearly a massive laundry center.
Awesome. I'll sort of give Jack a look. See if you can find some uniforms. We need 4 total, of course. A technician preferably, but anything that looks like it's station maintenance.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, and I'll sort of set off to do that.
Was Leon saying Jack should do that, or was Leon
Oh,
asking
help.
Jack?
Yeah, oh, sorry. Yeah. I was asking, hey, if you want to help, feel free. My bad, I didn't clarify.
Okay.
Yeah. No. I'm not making him do anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'll just cover, and then you go in and.
That's actually probably a bit better. That's smart. That's why you're the thinker here. And I'll go look for the uniforms.
Okay. Let's have you make a sneak charisma check.
All right. Sneak. Any modifiers?
No modifiers.
Okay. Sneak charisma. Oh wow, I've just been rolling poorly all day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you don't have a reroll, I believe, right?
Nope. Warrior.
Okay.
So.
As Leon is walking towards the laundry center, somebody's coming out with a load of all things, sheets. And he watches the door close after he leaves, after he finishes getting his cart out, and turns around to see Leon. Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh shit. I'm sorry to bother you, sir. I was just picking up a dirty uniform. A cousin of mine. I came here to visit. Left his phone, his compad, in one of these. So I've been
Cousin
looking
can
through.
go to Lost and Found. This is not for visitors. Go.
All right. And I'll leave with him. And do I pass Jack on the way out? If you're watching, right?
Yeah, I'd be watching.
Right. I'll sort of, as I leave, I'll turn back and sort of like point with my thumb, like inside.
Well,
I'll keep watch if you want to.
is Jack trying to look like he belongs in some way? Because if not, he's going to get swept up by this guy, challenged and swept up by this guy as well.
There is nothing that strikes me as making him look like he belongs.
I'm sure if we want to follow him out, make sure he's gone, and then give it another try.
Okay. The laundryman basically ushers you both back out of this area and points you to Lost and Found. It is one of the doors that you passed on your way in.
Oh, perfect. Actually, I've got a better idea, and I'll head into Lost and Found.
All right, we're gonna pause with you guys there.
Perfect. All right.
R links. Looking for.
Simply a way to find out about their security readiness. Um,
Yeah, Henare is looking for an isolated closet or a building where you can hang an out of order or closed sign.
So there are basically 2 things that I'm interested in finding here. I want to find some place where if I do decide to MacGyver something together, I can do it without anybody noticing me.
Okay.
And I want to find something that I can sabotage, not in the sense of, bringing the whole station down, but in a loud, annoying, people will come running to fix it kind of way. I don't want to do that yet. I just want to find it.
Okay. So this station construction and layout is very foreign to Henare. Let's go ahead and have you roll a notice wisdom check.
Sure.
If it, I'll just point out, if it were not so foreign for Hinari, this would actually be a fixed check.
No, I understand. I come from a place with a extremely different, if you can see it, you're safe from it,
Mhm.
design, as opposed to theirs, which clearly is not making any sense to Inari.
It is not making any sense. There are, as far as Hinari can find or see, there's nowhere for maintenance workers to get quick supplies or to access anything that's all the many things he knows have to be behind these walls. It's like they would have to take a plasma cutter to the wall if they wanted to work on anything beneath it, and that's even more insane.
Yeah, I mean, that's just making life difficult. There's got to be something, but clearly I haven't figured out what it is. How am I doing on finding somewhere isolated, at least?
He's not doing too good at that either. Every passage, again, foreign, seems to have a purpose. Uh, the passages he
They
sees
don't
either
just have a big empty corridor you can race speeder bikes in? Jeez.
no, they go to the docks, or it goes
wrong?
to it's a hallway that has doors on either side with shops or the lobbies of residential apartment blocks.
But they don't just live in, like, abandoned space factories?
They don't.
What is wrong with these people? Jeez. Okay, did I at least find the 3 docks we care about? So I'm looking to look at them. Well, I'm looking for that.
In all of his wandering around, because he's so he's so just out of sorts with this place, I will say that yes, you have found all 3 docks.
Okay, great. I find like a reference map for where things that I'm supposed to know where are in the station that I can grab or no.
Yes, there are directories throughout the station.
I'll just wander around being confused. If I happen to encounter a tattoo parlor, that's of relevance to Inari as well. But otherwise, nope.
Yeah, actually, there would be tattoo parlors out there in the seedier section around Dock 2A. It's not quite.
We're talking.
Yeah, it's not quite at Dock 2A or past it, but it is before he gets to Dock 2A.
Okay, I'm gonna have to visit one of those at some point to get somebody to add Henry Station to all of the other stations and planets I've ever visited, which are tattooed all up and down.
Okay.
Inari is back and right. But that's not a right now.
All right. Let's flip back to Mercer and Howell for a moment.
All right.
And you guys were just heading towards that lost and found.
Absolutely.
It's a fairly simple room. There are no chairs for people to sit on once you've entered, but there is a very wide desk with one of those flip-up entries in and out, and a man standing behind the desk at a computer terminal looks up at you.
Somehow I knew. This is all in sort of talking to himself, but somehow I knew there'd be somebody here. I couldn't just take what I found. Do you mind if I have a look through the lost and found? I lost a hat, but I can't specifically remember, too much about it. It was in a package.
Yeah, sure. Just come on back and take whatever you want. No, you can't look through lost and found.
Oh,
What
well,
did
I
you
wasn't going
lose?
to take anything. I just, wanted to give it a look. But,
What did you lose?
is there a technician badge around here?
Yes, I'm wearing it. What did you lose?
Oh, I lost a...
He's not actually wearing any badges.
Oh, he's not?
He's not.
I lost a badge. I went looking for it in the laundry, and the guy's like, "Hey, you got to go to Lost and Found." So now I'm in Lost and Found. I'm looking for a badge. If you could do anything to make this a little easier, I need a technician's badge.
Sure. Let me look in Lost Badges bucket.
Not
Thank you.
your badge, just a badge.
I'm hoping he doesn't catch the difference.
And he reaches down behind the counter, and you can hear him. He's looking down too. You can hear him sorting through some things. Why don't you both roll me We'll just go with a notice wisdom check.
Oh no.
I can
To
manage
see if you,
that.
to see if you notice and press hit the silent alarm.
Oh shit. Why didn't I think of that? Oh my god.
Not that bad, considering I don't
Yeah.
have a bonus wisdom.
It's not incredibly hard to hear. It doesn't sound like he's actually. It doesn't sound right if he were digging through a bucket of badges, as he called it.
All right. Do I realize that he might be hitting some sort of alarm, or?
Well, that doesn't.
I don't
There's
think.
no clear indication of that. He's definitely
Mhm.
sorting through a bucket of something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think he would actually be doing that yet. You guys haven't actually threatened him.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just a little
I'm
paranoid.
extremely confident I know what he's doing, but
Yeah. Um.
And he finally brings his arm up and puts a little plastic starship on the counter. It's not badge, but I found this.
Right. Not
I
exactly
was
what I'm looking
expecting
for,
an
but
empty bucket.
I know a guy on the station. He kind of looks like me. He's a cousin, and I'll sort of do the badges have faces on them, sir?
Let me look. He reaches down into the same bucket.
I just have to say, you're asking that as if it was,
As if they didn't give you one when we got on.
or like you're looking for your lost badge, but you don't know what it looks like, or that whether it has a picture on it or not.
Well, because I don't know if the technician badges are different. I don't want to like
You can.
not try
could-
to incriminate
It,
myself.
you may want to distinguish between asking the question out of character versus in character. 'Cause
Okay,
it sounds like
that-
everything you're saying is in character. In this
Okay,
case.
apologies. Yeah, do the badges have faces on them, Dex?
Oh yeah, no, I hadn't taken that in character, so you're safe there.
Oh,
okay.
The badges that
I took it as in character.
the badges that you've seen do have faces on them.
Right. Okay. So, if I can maybe make, I think that this might be connect. I know a guy. I'm here with a cousin. He kind of looks like me, and I'm just gonna describe like vague, like Caucasian male, short hair, dark hair, like the most generic guy you could think of. Do you have a badge for that? He's a cousin of mine. I came to visit him, but he lost it, and I've been going to get it for him.
He keeps
Uh,
rooting through his bucket
Mm-hmm.
and pulls out a little bird. It's one of those birds. It pecks, the pecking bird, and he taps it and it starts pecking at the counter.
Right. So, I not know what I'm looking for, I guess.
It's not a badge.
You're right. It isn't. Any chance you know where the lost and found badges are kept?
What's his cousin's name? I will look in computer. Badges not kept in buckets.
Oh, that makes a bit more sense. I'll send him over. I've really got better things to take care of. I'm sorry for wasting your time, sir, and I'll head out and sort of give Jack sort of like like follow me out eyes. I think
Okay.
we sort of tested the limits here. I don't think I'm going to be able to make off with a badge or a uniform.
Not that way, no.
I will let you kind of bring it back if you want. He looks a little bit sheepish for having played two jokes on you in a row. Actually, three.
Yeah, 3.
And if you would like Leon to try and convince him to you use that to your advantage and try and convince him to actually look for a face where you don't have a name, I would certainly let you try and roll talk for that.
Absolutely, I will go ahead and give that a shot. Yeah, if I see him sort of sheepish or like ashamed of what he's done, I'm gonna try and
Well,
wrench
not,
that.
not really ashamed. He's had
not
his fun,
ashamed,
and now
but-
he feels a little bit bad
Yeah.
for just kind of frustrating you.
Mhm. Is that no modifier? Would that be charisma if I'm trying to?
That's definitely going to be charisma, yeah,
Yeah,
and no
that's it.
modifier.
Yep.
Okay. He is since you've been gracious about his tomfoolery, he is willing to try and skim through the faces of badges that are registered in the system. And he takes a few minutes to do that, and then shakes his head, says, must have been claimed. Nobody
Ah,
looked like you in the system. Unless you have
that's a
had
shame.
sex change.
Oh, nope. No need to worry about that. Thank you for your time, though.
Have
Yeah.
a good day. Thank you for being a good sport. You're sure you don't want pecking bird?
Uh, you know what? I'll take it.
Take pecking
Yeah,
bird.
I'll take the packing bird. Absolutely. And I'll,
Ah.
I'll I'll take that and I'll put it in my bag.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's all for what I wanted to wanted to try out. Now I know a bit more about how laundry and lost and found are run around here. It's not
Well,
as useless as it sounds. Believe me.
No, that's good. That's good.
Mhm.
All right.
you wanted a uniform. Laundry seems the best way.
Yeah.
So yes, you do know where laundry is. I'll write that down here.
Mhm.
Um, you've also found lost and found. I guess that would make it found and found.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh, that went over my head. Mhm. Yep. Yeah.
and was anybody else wanting to try and fit anything else into their day? I think Jack and Leon are done. And Ari's definitely done. So that only leaves Anna.
Um. Hmm. Nah, I think I'm just, aside from maybe talking with some of the security personnel at the bar, but I don't know if that. I guess that's still part of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
All
As
right.
the day closes down, and you guys do have uh your own compads. Guess I should have given you guys the encrypted. I when I had initially written this, I had written in that you guys were given an encrypted comm server, and then I realized, you know what, that's dumb because a comm server doesn't let you send messages uh, millions of miles out into space. You just have to use regular shit for that. And so
Yeah.
I removed it, but
Why?
it's
What is that talking code?
yeah, you'll just have to talk in code. So you guys could have shared some information with each other, um, but in code.
Right.
That means that anyone that wants to join Anna at the bar can. I would give Anna some lead time to kind of
Of.
do whatever Anna is going to do before others arrive. But let me throw you in there. Um, how is Anna approaching this?
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Thought about that earlier. Yeah. I mean, okay. Um. Yeah. I mean, just basically just going, it's just trying to ask, trying to make buddies with the security people.
Okay.
All buddy.
Um, if you're just trying to make friends and you're not trying to uh, make anything of it right now or take advantage of it right now, then I'm going to call that a connect roll.
Oh, okay. Charisma.
Yes, charisma connect.
All right. Charisma. I like charisma. I
Okay.
don't like having a -1, but I'll take it.
um, well, it's still sufficient that Anna is well received. Um, she is well to be a little bit stereotypical. She is a female that's not already one of the workers.
Mm-hmm.
Um, nobody is challenging her that she's not a worker here. And she does notice that it looks like some of the residents also have, are aware of this place, and seek escape from the family-friendly atmosphere in here.
All right. What's the general mood on there? Like, are they like bored on the station? Are they? Yeah. What's the? I guess atmosphere on this for them in general.
The atmosphere is
Every other day.
mostly good. There's a lot of friendly socializing in this safer space. She does overhear some grumbling about the damn CTA. Of course, I'll expand on that in a minute. But
Sure.
aside from that, and even
What?
including that, most
Also, I guess another element. What's the primary language that they speak here? Is it Russian?
it is Russian. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'll speak Russian.
They sometimes switch to Spacer for some of the people when they can, but even a lot of the residents here speak Russian or
Spacer would be less suspicious. Spacer would be less suspicious. Not from the
Space. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll do Spacer.
Yeah, so the residents also speak Russian or broken Russian in part. Like basically they've moved into this Russian community and they're learning it from osmosis.
Okay. Yeah, Spacer actually makes most sense.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you quite so long.
That's all right. So the CTA is the Civil Treatment Authority, and apparently, following those chords, they're the reason that the station is so family friendly, including why the security are armed simply with laser pistols and stun rods.
So they're not well equipped.
Yeah,
good.
the whole soldiers in armor walking around with in CFUs more specifically, armed with rifles was not a kid-friendly optic, and they successfully lobbied with Union and Galactic Mandate to get some changes made.
Okay.
I want to observe, based on everything we've seen on this station, that clearly Omer is not the only guy like him who works for Union.
He's not, no. Union has less diversity than other of the megacorps, but they still have diversity. And
right.
at this point, anyone that wanted to join Anna at the bar can do so.
All right. Well, getting drunk is a vitally important step in getting a tattoo. So obviously, there's a two-step process that Ari is engaged in for the rest of the evening.
Can you even get a tattoo on this station?
I found a tattoo parlor earlier while I was conspicuously lost. Yes.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Yes, you can. Go ahead and move yourselves into the bar if you go in there.
Anna
Sure,
just
sounds like something I do.
sips daintily.
I'm going to say that Inari is probably not the only guy with a bunch of tattoos everywhere he's been in space. So this is not a like really unique practice.
No.
But he takes it very seriously.
Okay. All right. So this is either just a nice relaxation for everyone who's been walking around and being trolled by union workers.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can try and make more investigative headway in here if you want.
Right.
What are you guys
Just
doing?
to start with, Leon's going to be sharing. I mean, he didn't find out much, but where the places he did find are, and sort of the guy at the counter for the lost and found's a little funny. You're going to have to be patient with him if you want anything out of him.
Does Leon show off the pecking
Oh.
bird?
I do. It's my consolation prize. Yeah, I couldn't find any good uniforms, but I got this, and I'm sure
I
this will
thought
give me
those were
some.
usually water powered. That's really cool.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It is very close to perpetual motion. It's not, but it's actually very well designed, and it just it keeps on pecking
Oh wow.
for a long ass time.
All right, yeah. But that's all I got about two.
Okay.
So just, on the basic verification of things, I found the other docks we cared about. Were they currently active, or were they, roped off, or was there anything weird going on there?
That is a great question. So
I mean,
2A,
I know I rolled colossally poorly, but I figure I can see if the thing is closed, even on a 3.
yes, 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 I'll give you that. 2A is open. 3E is open. Um, but there's signage indicating that the maintenance tunnels are going to be closed beginning the day after Christmas, 12/26. And Dock 3D, the dock does not appear to be open.
Okay, so what day is it now?
The date now is the 23rd, 22nd. Actually, it would be
So,
the 23rd for you guys.
so the tunnels will be closed the day we want to use them?
The tunnels will be closed the day you want to use them.
Okay, well, at least now I know the tunnels exist, even if I clearly failed to find them. Did I see any indication of why 3D was closed?
No, there's no indication whatsoever. It's just the docking control is locked and lights off, and there wasn't even a security guard in the station leading up to it.
So what you're saying is it actually met the criteria of one of the things I was looking for, but somehow I failed to realize that because I was too busy being conspicuously lost.
Oh, I suppose it does.
Okay, I can work with that. That's fine. So,
Yeah, no, I that did not even register to me.
oh, you know what? Actually, I should probably have stuck around Doc 3D, huh? So I'll relay that information to them and then go get a tattoo.
Okay.
You want to surreptitiously pass that information to Anna somehow, or to Anna somehow. I can certainly inquire of the security guards.
Yes, surreptitiously, because that's what an RA is becoming known for. No, he'll tell he'll tell Jack and Leon. They can figure that part out.
Okay.
All right.
I'm just over here not acknowledging y'all, just chatting up the security guards.
For continuity, we'll say that at the time that an RA was there was a lot of traffic, and it's really there's no alcoves. It's just a wide passageway off the main thoroughfare that anybody looking in would be able to see. So it would be like, let me draw again real quick. Draw freehand. This is the thoroughfare for any of the docks, right? And this is the only area that Inari really had access to without breaking in. This is a plated glass doorway that would not open as he approached it, and so his missing it wasn't so much missing it as there being perhaps too much traffic over here for him to really do anything about finding it.
Yeah, fair enough. That makes
Okay.
more sense.
Okay, yeah, it does. I apologize for that.
All right.
Never apologize.
Well, when the GM legitimately makes a mistake in what is essentially an investigation job, I'm going to take responsibility for that.
Yeah, I was pretty clear about looking for things that were closed down, but nonetheless.
Yes, yeah, you were. Anna
All right, we fail forward.
Anna wants to ask why that dock is closed. So what I'm getting.
That's if Jack Mercer or someone passes that information along to me, I can, but I'm maintaining my cover. Like, you could just wave and you just sneakily pass that information to me. I guess you could also. I'm sure we have a code for each dock. Just get a message on my compad kind of deal.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I think that'd be pretty easy to do.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I presume we have operational codes. So it's like, oh, I'll check with combat. It's like, oh, and then I'll ask. So yeah.
Yeah, and Jack Mercer, being a longer employee of SpectreStar, is probably more familiar with the codes. So it's almost certainly not a quick and easy communication with the rest of you, but you can easily justify that your characters have had enough training that you're on these codes, that your characters understand them if you want to. I'm not saying that you have to.
I'm good with that for Anna.
Okay. Yeah, especially for Anna.
I would hope so.
Absolutely. Okay.
Ooh, mysterious.
And so, yes, if you think that that's something that she will investigate without trying to blow her cover, then she can try and work that into conversation. While Inari is heading back over for tattoo and further investigation of 3D.
Yeah, can I make that a talk check?
We can make it a talk check, but I want you to tell me how she's approaching it.
Let me see. I probably just like casually, I was like, oh, I noticed the dock was closed. Anything weird going on there? Something along those lines.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll talk to see how surreptitious she is.
I like that word. Whoops. Wish I had a reroll.
Rerolls are definitely nice. She at least does not
Wait,
arouse.
Would this count as a negotiation
Um,
or diplomacy? Because I do get to reroll once with the diplomat level 1.
I don't think it does. Not this one.
Okay.
That's
fair.
She at least she doesn't arouse any suspicion. The reaction she gets is more like oh, I guess she's not as familiar here as she seemed. She seemed like an old hand here, but she's not. And she's given just a quick and concise explanation that docks, just if there's not enough traffic, they're just not open.
Okay, so it's just not enough traffic.
Yeah. They only have open enough docks to meet their traffic needs. Instead of having one ship in, 15 docks, they'll fill up. As you can see in the little marker up here, they can fit 2 frigates and 5 shuttles in one dock.
Okay. It's like, oh, just like, oh, that's a lot more boring than I expected.
She actually she says that in character.
Yeah.
Yeah, she gets a little round of laughter from that.
I mean, not that anybody's telling me, but I missed the first part of that. Why is it closed? It's full.
There's not enough traffic. Basically, it's just closed down because they don't have enough traffic currently.
Okay. Okay. If somebody eventually wants to pass that on to NRA, that'd be great.
Oh yeah, I assume that would.
It would be later.
Yeah.
Okay. NRA gets that information before he has actually reached 3D.
Oh, he was heading straight there?
No, I'm going to go get a tattoo first. I'm going to wait and get a tattoo, wait till it's really late at night, although I'm sure there's people on shift here, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then, I don't know, things get improvisational from there, but it could be exciting.
I imagine the next couple hours we can get that information to you.
Yeah.
There might be a few things where we're trying to talk too cryptically.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. In the meanwhile, I'm getting a tattoo. It gets added to all the other tattoos of places that NRA has been.
Is anybody, while NRA is getting his tattoo, is anybody else doing anything in the bar?
I don't have anything I need to do specifically. I mean, I have ideas, but not anything I can do right now. I'll do tomorrow.
It wouldn't be the worst for Jack to join me down there at 3D if we're going to try to break in.
Yeah, that's an idea.
Oh wait, you guys are breaking in.
necessarily, but not necessarily.
You guys are forcing your way in there.
Not necessarily.
I know what you're saying. I if you guys need the third hand, I wouldn't mind going as well. I mean, there's not much I'm going to be doing at a bar.
Yeah, no, that's fine. If the rest
All
of
right.
us see if we can find our way into 3D later, Anna can pump the guards for whatever information she can get. That seems to be working.
Oh, actually, so we're near a bar, correct?
You're in a bar, yeah.
Yeah, we're in a bar. We're probably on. Are we on the seedier side of town, or are we sort of?
I mean, the
Um,
bar is about as seedy as it gets here so far as we know, right?
Yeah, it really is. Aside from the stuff that's over there by 2A, even that is fairly clean until you go into the actual shops or
Okay,
the
so
casino.
I hope I mentioned the maintenance tunnels being closed on the day after Christmas to everybody, because there's a. Am I the only one of the players who's ever worked in a mall?
Yes.
You might be.
Okay. Um, it's a very much out of character deduction, but there are 100% tunnels that go behind everything that all the actual employees are moving around in here.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, that's kind of obvious, actually. How do you think they bring in all of the stock without disturbing customers?
Absolutely have to be access hallways somewhere. The question is, where do you get in?
Yeah, that there has been a distinct lack of people moving things around between shops or two shops.
Yeah, and even if they have to be doing it, even if I can't find it, and we have evidence, since the maintenance tunnels are getting
Right.
That's the kind of thing you can maybe find out in bars.
That's a good point, actually. I'll sort of look for anyone that maybe looks like they work here, if they've still got like a uniform on, or for a shop or anything like that.
Okay. Um, are you joining Anna, or are you kind of rolling your own separate investigation?
I'd like to, if I see her going one way, I'll split up so we can cover more ground in the bar.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. You got a head tattoo parlor.
I think you need one of those in this game, did you?
Well, I had been considering some changes to another world that was not received very well, and tattoos were very high on that list.
I mean, Union are Russians. Those guys do tattoos. I'm not even surprised there's a tattoo parlor here.
Yeah, no, they absolutely do. All right, so then I understand that Jack is going to be joining Hinare at Dock 3D. 3D or 3E? Pretty sure it's 3D.
The locked one, whichever one that
Yes,
was.
3D. Leon and Anna are both trying to uh, collect whatever they can from the security and various residents that are in the bar.
I mean, that's what I'm doing. I don't know about Anna.
Well, what kind of information are you trying to get here, and what is your approach with it?
Oh,
start with you, Leon.
Okay. So yeah, I'll look for anybody that's maybe like wearing a uniform, thinking about actually, would I be able to draw that conclusion in character about the access, like in a mall, that we were just talking about?
Yeah. In fact, we'll take it a step further and say that was included in some of the diagrams from Makoto. She didn't have a exact layout that she showed to you, but she did make clear that they're moving large things through these tunnels. So that's the kind of tunnel. That's why these docks were selected.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'll sort of approach anybody who looks like they might work for a shop, sort of casually, sit down at their table if there's room, and go through the friendly motion to introduce myself first, and then, hey, do you? I know there are tunnels around a lot of the shops. Do you know any way I can get in there? I'm looking for something. I was in there once, but the entrance I was going through got cut off, and I've been trying to get back in there ever since. Any chance you could help me out? It's sort of the general like shtick I'll give to anybody I sit down with.
Okay, so kind of going straight in at the topic.
Hmm.
Um, let's go ahead and call a talk charisma check on that.
All right.
Um, the difficulty is a little bit higher because just because of the approach.
Hmm. Oh, all right. Yeah. Hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh my God.
There's a reason you're not the diplomat.
Not at all. Um,
Well, I'm gonna roll.
I don't think he was prepared for this level of failure.
I wasn't.
Yeah. All right.
I'm just gonna roll a reaction on that. All right, neutral, neutral. Um, the disposition die has spoken.
I didn't even. I forgot that this was a thing in this system.
I like
All right.
using it for when I'm not real sure which direction things would, you know, things would obviously go from the context.
Right. Hmm.
Um, and the reaction that the Leon gets is akin to, "Hey man, I'm off work. I just want to sit here and relax and talk with my friends. Why don't you come back during business hours?"
Uh, or where do you work?
That wasn't the specifically, but that's just
Oh, the general. Hmm.
yeah, the general
Right.
is basically leave me alone, deal with this during business hours, and perhaps not with me.
Uh, if I find one that looks, they're all pretty neutral. That's the general response I'm getting. Can I maybe at one of the others sweeten the deal? Sort of pull it out of my bag and place the little bird on the table. You can have this little trinket if you give me a little bit more help.
So Leon is going to draw suspicion if he goes from asking at one table to another, um, without spending some time to let things flow and just relax.
Oh, that's a good point. I'd probably be doing that then. Yeah,
Okay, so I'm going to flip over to Anna.
of course.
Um, what is she trying to find, and how is she going to approach it?
Was there anything else outstanding queries for me, or is this are we doing the next day?
No,
Or
you're
okay,
basically
oh,
kind
the
of
bar,
going late into the night of the first day here.
right? Oh, not really. Other than, I mean, I guess just you know, weaseling out like how much discontent there is. If there's anything I could do to, I don't know. It doesn't sound. It sounds like it's just grumblings and not like, oh, there's a revolution on the way. It's like it's not. It didn't sound to me like it was enough for like a rebellion kind of deal, right?
So she's trying to kind of follow up on the
Much,
CTA thing.
yeah. Much less. I don't. I'm guessing it's probably not significant enough to rile something up in 3 days.
Okay. So go ahead
But
and
I guess I'll try to fill that out. Yeah.
yeah, go ahead and roll me a talk charisma on that.
There we go.
It is just kind of grumbling. Most of well, they're all union workers, all the security, and they all trained with rifles. That's what they're familiar with. Walking around with a little laser pistol just feels inadequate, and they are concerned if there was a terrorist threat to the station, they are concerned about their ability to defend it, given that the rifles that they were packing until several months ago are uh, locked up in an armory, far from where they keep troops stationed, or not troops, where they keep security kind of on call throughout the station.
Okay. So they do have the rifles on station, but they don't have access to them for everyday stuff.
That's
But theoretically, they could get them in an emergency.
They could, and the other thing that I think Anna takes away from that is, although not visible, there are apparently other pockets, other mini barracks where there are a number of security essentially on call and out of
Okay,
sight.
yeah. Gotcha. That's just like little base, like hidden guard stations, essentially,
Mm-hmm.
or hidden barracks. Okay, that makes sense. So that's some, at the very least, I get some good information on security responsiveness.
Yep.
Mission accomplished.
And before we go back to Leon, I'm actually going to see what's happening over there with Inari and Jack.
Okay. So, Dock 3D is not exactly abandoned, but clearly derelict, right?
Actually, let me pause for a second and ask. It's 1 o'clock. Do you guys want to take a 10 to 15 minute break right now?
I'm good to keep going.
I should ask more specifically. Does
fine.
anybody not want to?
I could take it or leave it.
I could wait a while longer.
Okay. Then
That's
we'll
fine.
we'll wait a little while longer. Let's see what happens with Inari and Jack. And you just asked. It's not abandoned. It's more like derelict. It's just like the dock is closed for the weekend or for the week. There's
Sure. So, at this hour, which I assume is a fairly late one, given the majority occupancy of the station, I'm guessing there's not much of anybody around.
right. The traffic outside, the traffic in the thoroughfare has dwindled considerably. In that it may be anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes before somebody just happens to walk by this one.
Okay. So, given those circumstances, how plausible is our trying to break into the dock?
Well, I'm not sure how to answer that except with just you guys kind of inspecting the glass entryway there. It's electronic lock, something that Jack may be able to hack, or
Yep.
that somebody with the sneaky skills would be able to bypass in some way.
Nope. We didn't bring sneaky skills. We brought program and fix.
Okay. It's also something that someone with the correct application of tools, fix, would be able to take apart, but then of course you're left with either alerting somebody because it's been taken apart or putting it back together correctly.
Right. That's what we call effective but not fast. No, I'm looking
Yes.
for Jack to get that door open.
Okay. Does Jack wants to try and hack open that door?
Might as well be worth a shot.
Okay. To throw out there, he does know that they are linked to that these terminals are linked to central services and the servers there. So any alerts would also go to central services. Basically, my way of saying, don't fail.
Well, at the very least, I think this counts as a new scene. Oop. So at the very least, I'll have my reroll back anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be worth a shot. To do 3d6. That sounds like intelligence. Not bad, but not terrible.
Get myself back to page 55. So, in the future for hacking, please let me know what it is that you're trying to do first. That roll is going to get you what you need. This time it's fine. There's only really one thing to do with a door, or an electronically secured door, and that is suppress the system, suppress the lock system.
Fair enough.
And that You've succeeded at. So the door is unlocked and will not alert anything that it is opened for however long your hack lasts. Do you have Hacker 2?
I do not.
Okay.
I took Specialist Programmer instead.
Do you want to apply a line shunt to make the hack last until the line shunt is off?
How many days does that buy me?
It actually buys you until you remove the line shunt. However, the placement of this line shunt is in a very obvious location, so this is effectively just until you guys are done here, unless you
What
want.
if I get him a not obvious location by opening some wall paneling, say?
No, line shunts have to be placed in specific locations. It's not just wherever you can stick them, at least in my games. And the location that he's needing to place it is essentially right there on the terminal.
Well, hold on. Does the door open from both sides?
Yes, it does.
What if he puts it on the inside of the door?
You can't get to the inside of the door before he hacks it. He needs to have the line shunt in place before he. I'm letting you retro a little bit here.
I think it's just gonna be a quickie. Just let me figure out how long it lasts because I don't remember.
1d4 plus your program skill in either rounds or minutes, and I'm looking to.
1d4 rounds plus the hacker's program skill,
Yeah, I thought it was rounds.
and that's combat rounds essentially, right? So 6 seconds each.
Yeah.
So not great.
Yeah.
Wow. Maybe I'll have to put hacker on my thing.
I was saying, I got some good use out of Hacker 2 once, right when I first made my character.
Yeah, the extended duration is nice. It's kind of obviated by the line shunt, but you don't always want to use a line shunt.
Oh wait, no, I didn't end up getting used because I had a line shot in place, right?
Yeah.
But it would have been nice.
So to clarify what's going on here, Jack is able to look into this lock without alerting anyone. He's pretty certain that he can hack it, but the lock's mechanisms for sending signals that it's open and closed, he can only bypass that for a few seconds. Unless he applies a line shunt directly to this terminal. The line shunt would be visible to anybody that's passing by, not all the way from the thoroughfare. It'll be invisible from there. But if anybody comes to this door within a couple of meters, they'll see, hey, there's something weird about that terminal. They'll be able to move closer and see, oh, that's if
So
they're
that one-
familiar with it.
From a reasoning this out perspective, it only needs to remain unnoticed until we leave, because we can take it with us once we're back out of here.
You can, yes. And that's the point that I was getting to, is you can apply it and then take it with you, and the hack is done. The line shunt is used. That's the only expenditure here, is that you use a line shunt, and it's done. It's gone.
I think I'll just rehack the door on the way out.
Okay, and that's the other option you had.
Yeah. I think we'll just slip in and rehack the door on the way out.
Okay. So we're in the empty-ish Dock 3D vicinity, right over here by the control.
You
doors. Did they leave anything open?
As in, did they leave any of the doors unlocked, going to various places?
Or these mysterious maintenance tunnels that I can't seem to find, or the doors into space, in which case we're dead?
Let's see. So I drew these a little bit too far extended. It really should only go to here, because that's the elevator.
Okay.
That doesn't make a whole lot of difference. It's really just for my own peace of mind. Why is there a length of hallway that goes nowhere? That's always the first place I search for things. Entering into this section here, the docking control is locked. This door over here is locked. It is, however, just a physical lock. Doesn't necessarily need to be hacked open.
So, I mean, essentially, our goal is to
Recon.
leave this dock. Well, that, and also leave this dock in a state where we can open it when it needs to be opened.
Understood. The computers inside here are on. You can see their little screensavers, or low power mode. The elevators down do only respond to authorized access, which you guys do not have for this dock.
It's a case where I wouldn't need an elevator owing to runner's focus or whatever the hell it is, runner's edge.
You would still need the elevator because it's an airlock elevator. That elevator is what takes people out of this pressurized atmosphere into the
okay.
potentially open atmosphere, vacuum. It's
So
also
there's not really a lot to see from this hallway, is what you're saying. We can
I'm
see
sorry?
elevator, or there's not really a lot to see from this hallway. We can see elevator or control room.
Right.
Well, I think the security room here is the most interesting thing.
I can see about opening the lock.
Oh, we got two guys with a bunch of multi tools and meta tools. I'm pretty sure that lock's gonna be easy picking here.
Yeah, go ahead and give me. Well, you guys are helping each other. One of you is going to be rolling the main fix. Don't roll that yet. The other one of you can think of a skill that was reasonable and that you can roll to assist the fix roller.
Hmm.
And the result of this roll, you're going to get into this room. The result of this roll is going to be how much evidence of getting in do you leave?
Okay. Right, sure.
I think no would make the most sense for me to help with.
Okay.
Because exert makes even less sense because that's going to leave damage.
Go ahead and roll no. With
No wisdom or no intelligence.
Do you prefer wisdom?
I'd prefer intelligence, but wisdom also kind of mechanically fits.
I'm actually intelligence would be my default for this.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Well,
you are making this roll without the aid +1.
Okay, and that's fix what?
Fix int. Or fix dex, actually.
Yeah, that's the same.
Okay. Okay. There is minimal, barely noticeable evidence of your tampering. And you guys are into docking control.
What can I see from here?
So from here, you can see the. I mean, you could see that the doors over here were closed already. You could see that through the double set of windows. From here, you can see down into the docking area. You can see the controls that just automatically unlock and open the elevators. You don't necessarily need a card for it, as long as you're in this in a docking control. And you can see that there are handfuls of crates stacked along the walls inside the dock. Inside the control center are a bunch of computers and the aforementioned buttons that control elevators on either side. I'm going to continue to use NRA's complete unfamiliarity with stations and his previous roll of 3 to say that he did not notice any tunnels down in the dock area.
Okay. It's good to be a fish out of water. Is this the appropriate place to leave a line shot to just run docking control remotely if we needed to?
Yeah, this is the place I want to kind of learn about their systems a little.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll let Spice King take over for a minute. But if he needs to hide something and something has to get opened, let me know.
Okay. Spice King. There are terminals here. They're on standby mode. Of course, you'll have to hack in and get access to them, but that's not part of the hacking roll checks. He's able to do that. And what is he trying to accomplish once he is able to start doing anything?
His main goal here is to learn how these talk back and how much we can fudge the reporting on them.
Okay.
That kind of seeing what my bounds are essentially for what I can get away with.
Okay. So that's answer a question. Go ahead
Yeah.
and roll. Now that you're actually on a terminal and not just a door, this does have a +1 modifier to the difficulty. So your difficulty you're trying to reach is 9.
Let me see here. I need to make a note that I got a point for something later. I'm just skimming over specialist.
Okay. Oh, my modified rules.
Yeah.
Did you take specialist? Oh, you did take specialist too. That's how you get in 3d6. Yep.
Make me wish I
Sure,
had
give it a
special
quick
today.
skim.
Oh wait, no, I can do that. I already have the 3d6 for hacking.
Yeah.
I'll do 3d6 in intelligence.
Okay.
12. Yes.
Okay. Um, at this point, and I should have done this with a lock also. You're taking about 10 minutes for each of these hacking efforts here, so you're spending a decent amount of time here. Um, but you do get the basics of what you're looking for. Specifically, you know where to place a line shunt if you want to be able to access the docking controls here from another terminal that has access to the docks in general on the station. You already know that those terminals are in central services. So to be more specific, you can place a line shunt here that will allow you to hack and utilize these computers here from any terminal in central services.
Hmm.
You know where to place that
Okay.
line shunt. What was the other part of your question?
I was just trying to
Callbacks?
figure out. Pardon?
Callbacks, I think it was. Uh,
Uh, Kind of figuring out like what bounds, um, and how it would report.
okay, yeah, that's what I meant by callback. So basically, what is the system calling back and reporting?
Yeah.
Um, so the system is going to report any actions it takes to central docking central. What do I call it? Central Star Dock
Central service.
Control, CSC. So yeah, the system is going to report back anything that happens with this dock to Central Star Dock Control. That doesn't necessarily flag anything. Elevator movement wouldn't necessarily alert anyone. Um, Opening that door to the outside would certainly flash something on somebody's screen, and if they're paying attention, then they might have something to say about that. Um,
Alrighty.
and I didn't really. I've already forgotten the first part of your question when I got a little bit more in depth with the second part. What was the first part again?
About just the way it functions.
Oh, okay.
Uh, Kind of trying to figure out my space I can play with essentially.
Gotcha. So this line shunt will allow you to play with this terminal, um, but this terminal will not necessarily let you do anything you want in central services.
Okay. But if I'm in central services and I have line shut to this, I can directly control it from there.
Yes, you can.
So a good goal is to line shunt all three and get myself into central services.
I thought you said he
All
could
right,
control
how
this from
conspicuous is
other
line
terminals.
shunting this one?
I'm sorry,
Is
what
it
was that?
immediately how conspicuous would a line shunt here be?
Okay, let me get that in a second. What was that, Arlinks?
Both questions matter. Go ahead and answer his.
Okay. Uh, a line shunt here is, unless you rearrange some things, is going to be conspicuous. But there are some small things that you can move, such as just shift a trash can over a little bit. That will, unless somebody moves that trash can, will keep it hidden from view.
Well, I don't
This
think
is
they're going to be
also,
open this dock.
I mean, this is also dock that's not currently in use, right?
It
That's
is.
the thought here. All right, I'll line shut this so I can control it later,
Okay.
and we'll just cover it up.
Sounds good. Line shunt is applied and hidden.
And they'll note I used one.
So what I thought you said, and this was my question, was that he could access this from any other terminal in the station because of the line shut, not just from central services.
No, it's still the other terminals in the stations. Sorry, terminals outside of central services don't have any authority to do anything or issue anything to other important terminals like this one. Um, Applying the line shunt here means that from central services, he has complete control over this dock.
Okay. Okay. Fine. So does Jack think it's a good idea if we take the elevator down and look around?
That's outside of our mission's parameters.
But it's not because we don't know where the maintenance tunnels are, and if they're going to close them, we need them open. I believe it was part of the briefing.
Was it?
It was. She needs maintenance and access tunnels for the movement of the assault teams.
So we need to figure out where they are.
Sorry, I misremembered then. The elevators don't report back.
Jeez.
You could suppress them so that they won't report back. And now that you have a line shunt in place, that suppression is until the line shunt is removed.
Yeah, no, that line shunt's definitely staying there. Then if we have free reign, we have free reign.
Yep.
All right, let's take an elevator down to the floor of the dock area and have a look around.
Okay, go ahead and suppress the the callback reporting for the elevator.
Program, no mod, 3d6, intelligence.
The difficulty is now 10, and that succeeds. The elevator is here. Unless you re-enable the reporting, will not call back to report that they are moving. You're able to unlock them and head on down to the main dock floor. And let's have I'll let Inari give a fix int roll as an aid check, as basically like what he's not seeing, and we'll have Jack roll the main notice check here. Wow, Inari just does not want to find these things.
No.
The station's just so unfamiliar, huh?
He comes from a place where they go by the Star Wars School of Architecture, and it's just not like that here.
Notice wisdom.
Yes, notice wisdom is fine. Okay. For anyone who's been familiar with spaceships outside of Kos, the maintenance doors and tunnels and all of that are pretty clear. You don't even need to be able to speak Russian to see that. Yeah, there's a roll-up door over there that is closed. It's not just another part of the wall.
Oh, it's that. Okay.
I just stare on Dan as it's like, yes, let's. Cultural differences, right?
So, how you open it?
I look around for the access panel and just see if it's looking for a key card or something, or if it's just one of those more manual physical locks.
Yeah, this is just it's not even locked. It's just a chain that uh, you start pulling on it and it opens the roll up.
Well, I think we might not have to hack our way back out.
You know where we're going down here?
If we're lucky, we can find our way into another dock.
And if we're not lucky?
Yeah, maybe essential services.
This is looking now that this roll-up door is open. This is looking a lot more homey for an RA. The maintenance tunnel down here, it's not all clean. There's pipes that are serving as walls. There are gangplanks and walkways that you cross. Some have railings, some don't. This looks normal.
Oh yeah, no, this is more like it. Okay, so we'll have to reset the elevator, I guess, just to try to be as inconspicuous as possible.
Might as well. There's no harm in doing it, because I can always undo it.
All right,
Send
so
the elevator back to
Yep.
the position it was originally in.
Okay.
we'll reset the elevator, enter the maintenance area, and close the door behind us.
Okay. You have lights. I'm not even concerned about that. And as you would expect, this maintenance tunnel and also access tunnel for cargo, large cargo, is quite wide itself, and extends very deep into the station. There are offshoots that probably go to the other docks. And there are also the occasional locked gates that you suspect those are actually probably what go to the other docks.
Whereas chances are the corridors go back to where you would be bringing your supplies from,
Mm-hmm.
or your workrooms. There's not like helpfully labeled, even if I can't read it.
There actually are some helpful labels, and
In Russian.
I'm sorry, in Russian, yeah. No, actually, sorry, in Spacer also.
Oh, good. Then I can read them.
Yeah. It's helpful labeling for people who are transporting cargo to basically central repository, and they all direct you along the same spoke that you're traveling towards the center of the station.
Pretend I asked this 5 minutes ago. There was no inconspicuous way to look in the crates in that loading dock back there?
You can. They're not particularly well secured, and some of them aren't even locked. It's just spare parts essentially.
Just stuff. Okay, then I ignore them and leave them shut.
Okay.
That's fine.
That was just window dressing. You weren't supposed to look in them.
There's no mystery regarding what's being shipped on this station. Or
Okay.
is there?
No, that's
Well-
a different game.
If there was one, we would have found it. That's all I know. Where do we want to go, Jack?
Well, since the other two docs we're interested in are more involved right now, maybe a nice way into the back end central services would be nice.
Sure. We'll see if we can find. Sure. That's what we'll look for.
Okay. Excuse me. And now it is 1:30. I'm going to suggest that we do take a break now.
All right.
Is 10 minutes good enough for everyone?
Absolutely.
Okay.
For me.
Let's take a quick 10-minute break. We'll come back at 1:40.
All right. Yeah.
Just 9 minutes now.
Alrighty.
Oh no.
Yeah.
We're losing
I'll be
time.
right back.
Time gets away from me so quickly.
Union rules. I demand my full 10 minutes.
Wait, no, we're not union.
You think Makoto is going to give you your minute back?
Seems unlikely.
I'm not sure Makoto's gonna care. And also, who's gonna report us? Oh wait.
I mean, we didn't even ask. So I'm really hoping they weren't gonna-
No,
Yeah.
don't. I didn't ask anything. Don't worry about it.
I was waiting for it.
I feel like you would have told us if there were security cameras. Or at least obvious security cameras.
Obvious security cameras. Spice King, you there?
Yep, I am.
Did you check your private Discord messages, by the way?
Oh, I probably overlooked them.
Wow, you may want to check that. I just realized I didn't get any confirmation. Ah. Spooky ghost.
Hello. I'm back. A little early, but
I'm also back.
Welcome back.
hello.
I think I'll grab myself a handful of meat and cheese.
A handful, huh?
Yeah, the way I understand it, Spice King just has like piles of meat and cheese in his fridge. So when he wants to snack, he just reaches in, fingers first, and claws some out.
Seems like a fun way to live.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, one of my coworkers eats sandwiches with no bread on them. He just uses the cheese as the bread
Uh
because he's on a no gluten diet or some nonsense.
huh. Uh huh.
I've also seen people do that with like lettuce.
Yeah.
I think lettuce makes some sense.
Mm-hmm.
Cheese seems a little weird.
Yeah, that no gluten nonsense. Also, no carb for when I did it. was the best I've ever felt.
Wow.
It might be that. I mean, the dude's
No
in his
carb.
80s.
No carb makes a lot
So-
more sense. I mean, they had I don't know. So the gluten thing is usually nonsense. There is celiac disease, which is a legitimate thing, but
Right.
I've never heard it as a diet, like actually like lose weight diet kind of thing.
It's not a lose weight diet. It's a he's old and is trying not to screw up what metabolism he has left diet.
And that's
Yeah.
probably in carbs then.
Oh God, you lose metabolism?
Oh my god, dude, yes.
Oh no.
Okay, you're well past the limit now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude, I was 135 pounds all through high school. I was 135 pounds all through my 20s and a little bit into my 20s, and was one of those kids that could eat a whole pizza, ate whatever I want. I even held this 135 while I was working at McDonald's and drinking the soda and all the Big Macs and double quarters that I wanted.
I
Sounds
don't
like
eat
your
that
cousin.
much, but I've got like 2 brownies right here. So I'm not like super conservative about what I eat.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'd still eat the brownies. I'd just notice.
That
Yeah.
sounds like my cousin. He was always like that. He was just like he could eat out like I'd eat all of us, and he would just was scrawny
yeah.
growing up.
I do blame it on when I
But
moved
he's-
up to the Bay Area and moved in with some friends and then started drinking every day. I gained a lot of weight in that one year,
Mhm.
and I've never gotten that metabolism back.
See, my metabolism was gone well before I started drinking. But
Mm,
drinking is definitely the cause of most of the weight I'm carrying at the moment.
yeah. I stopped drinking the alcohol, but I never stopped drinking the soda, so...
See, I never started drinking soda. It was once I started on whiskey that I actually started to put on weight.
See, I got myself hooked on soda at McDonald's. I don't know if you ever worked a restaurant or fast food.
Thankfully, no. But
Yeah.
I've done an HEB and that's it, which is a local chain of stores here in Texas.
Yeah, that free access to soda whenever you want is just like, oh man, this stuff is great.
Dude,
yeah, my brother
the
delivered pizza
McDonald's
for a while.
Sprite is lethal.
Oh, the
And they
tropical
beat
berry
it.
stuff? Man.
No, just the regular McDonald's Sprite.
Oh.
It's just not the same as regular Sprite. That's the only reason I like McDonald's. It's the Sprite.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the fries are overrated, and the rest of the food isn't that good.
You know, between fast food joints, I prefer Burger King's fries over McDonald's.
I
It
don't
tastes
eat
like
a lot
plastic
of
to me.
I haven't eaten McDonald's in several months, and I haven't seen a Burger King in much longer than that because we don't have one out here.
Oh,
Yeah.
good for you. Yeah, stay away. I'm not a big Burger King guy. The best fast food I've ever had is somewhere in North Texas, which is a shame because I just moved from North Texas, called Dilla's, and it's like Hispanic food in the way that like Taco Bell is, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a lot of bastardized Hispanic foods. But mostly quesadillas. That's why it's called Dilla's, or Diaz.
Oh,
Oh my
gotcha.
god! All the time I've been telling people to eat there, I've been pronouncing it wrong. It just hit me. But actually, best like salsa I've had anywhere, like even out of like legitimate restaurants. Oh, I love their food. If you're ever in North Texas,
Legitimate restaurants.
yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's fast food. You know, like I'm talking
Yeah.
like sit down restaurants. Yeah.
Now, in about another month, it's been 1 year of me giving up carbs for the most part.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
And going
congrats.
keto. And I've been keeping 60 pounds off.
Awesome.
So that's quite something.
I would not have the mental strength to do that. Hats off, man.
With
Unfortunately, once COVID hit, I plateaued hard because my
Oh,
old
shit.
job, lost it. And that was a very physical job. So I got paid to exercise, essentially, if you think about it.
Yeah, that's nice.
I when I realized that my shape was going in the wrong direction, about 35 years old or so, Actually, I think it was a few years earlier than that, but whatever, 35. I sought out a trainer, got myself in shape with a cardio. I was telling them the whole time, I don't care about the weightlifting. I'm not a burly big man. Just get me back into a shape that doesn't resemble a plum. Um, and we did that. Some education on diet and exercise, and then one of them finally prompted me, to actually do some muscle work, and I started doing that and got into the no carbine, um, and it felt like I had turned the 70 pounds that I'd gained from my high school years into muscle, and it felt fucking great. I can't even describe how good that felt as body and body image.
Mhm.
I mean, just for me, like I've been doing DEXA scans just as getting hard empirical facts. It's completely and utterly overkill, but being able to prove that yes, I lost 40 pounds of pure fat is quite something.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
Like
I think we've got our 10-minute mandated union break.
you got your 10-minute menu union break. Sorry to cut you off there, Spice King.
Thanks to being on a union station, of course.
Mhm. Mhm.
Let's go ahead and jump back in
All right.
instead of talking about all of our old man health woes.
Ha
I'm
ha
not
ha.
quite old yet.
Okay,
Course.
fine. Middle-aged health woes.
That's okay. My health woe I've been very continuously, but it's not great.
So we were following Inari and Jack as they tried to find some access into central services from the access tunnels that are designed to take them to a central um, depository.
Yeah, that was my concern. Is I'm not sure this is going to take us anywhere we actually want to go, but we'll be very tentative in our approach. Let's say.
Okay.
What sort of lodgings do they have here for travelers, by the way?
Um, they have some basic hotel-like accommodations.
Okay.
Um, Most people you'll find just kind of go back to their ship and bunk there, unless they want to sleep on the station for some reason. They are small accommodations.
Okay. Well, we have a ship.
Yeah.
You sure
I
do.
assume they're logging when we go in and out of it too, which is going to be exciting for me and Jack in a minute.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that. You assume that you're what to go in and out?
I assume that the station is logging who goes in on and off the ship too.
Oh, yes.
On or even who? I mean, it's. Oh yeah, that raises my other question. What was our stated purpose of being here? I don't know if we had to clear that per se, but it'd be helpful to have our story straight. Do we have a stated, or are we just like passing through and taking a couple days off?
When you were on approach, the the pilot who is just staying on the ship, just reported that you're staying here for refueling and to get off the ship for a few days.
Okay. It was like
I'm.
a shore leave, essentially.
Yeah.
I might have also told people I was looking for a cousin, but I don't think it's going to be consequential at all.
Yeah.
Oh
Mhm.
no, they've logged that. Now everybody knows.
Oh no!
Fine.
If you can help this man find his cousin, please do so.
Rule of tomorrow.
Ha ha.
While Inare and Jack are still wandering the maintenance tunnels, let's go back to Leon real quick.
All right.
And see how Leon is getting along. He's given a little bit of time for uh, the previous conversation to kind of just float away. It's gone. Does he want to change his tactic in his approach, or is he going to go straight in for the jugular again?
Straight, going straight. Hey, I'm Leon. I'm just passing by on the station. I'm looking for somebody or something that somebody left in one of the tunnels. They work at one of the stores, but they can't really let me in right now. Do you guys mind if you at least point me in the right direction, just so I I know where I'm going? Sort sort of like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is again a more difficult check.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead and make another talk charisma.
Talk charisma. All right, God, please help me here.
As God is my witness.
Yeah, that's better than a 3.
It is better than a 3. Um, and does not prompt me to roll the disposition die, but
Oh, all
it is
right.
still not getting Leon anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
He's meeting some resistance here. That resistance is essentially I don't want to call it a blue wall or blue curtain, but that's basically what it is. People that are supposed to know what Leon is asking already know, and those that don't know don't need to know. That's the kind of resistance that
Oh,
he's facing here.
okay. All right.
It's
Yeah.
suspicious that you're even asking.
Yeah, thought so. But I mean, it's not too much to give away,
Yeah,
too
no,
much info.
Leon's able, with a 6 on that roll, he's able to divert suspicion well enough.
Mm-hmm.
Play off whatever little suspicion is raised, but he's also not getting anywhere with the conversation.
Just a joke, bro.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back to the bar and hope that conversation sort of falls away like the last one did, and pray that Anna's having any more luck than I am.
Well, Anna is, with the amount of information that I did end up pushing out for Anna's inquiry, I think she's still actually having that conversation.
Yeah, that's fine. I've gotten a lot of good stuff, so.
Yeah. No, that's not the kind of conversation that you just you
Sit
ask a
down
couple
and
questions and then get a brochure thrown at you.
yeah.
A verbal brochure. And so everyone is well, Leon and Anna are done for the night. By the time you guys really have an opportunity to do anything else, people will be too drunk or just not particularly helpful. So we're
Right.
gonna go back to Inari and Jack. And what kind of skills or knowledge do you want to call on for trying to figure out navigation into central services?
Well, this part of the station looks correct, right?
Yes, yeah, you're
We're
back
back to
in your
fixed
element,
wisdom.
so you can use your full
100%.
range of skills.
No, we're back to fixed wisdom. I'm going to trace the important data lines or plasma conduits or whatever the hell else they got down here.
Okay. And before you roll that, is Jack going to assist with any other skill?
I think program seems sufficient. Looking for the major data conduits.
Okay. So kind of looking
Yeah.
for the same thing, but
Different in looking for his field thing.
right. His is going to be less easy to follow, but is useful for certain markers. Go ahead and roll the aid check first. And
Also,
that'll
I think
be
just generally, I'm looking out for a locker room or similar.
okay. There. So yeah, yours is going to be program int.
That's a crappy roll.
Well, it is a success on the aid, so you know that the difficulty is 8 or lower for this upcoming fix check, and you have a +1.
It's an adequate program roll.
It is, yeah.
Well, I'm looking at 2 3s and a 2.
Yeah, yeah.
But only the 2 3s matter. It doesn't matter that 2 is bad.
The dice were not friendly. They're
I think
friendly
they were
enough.
kind enough. This is
I've
not
seen-
that hard.
I've seen worse rolls.
Yes, you have.
Getting back here was the hard part.
Yes, you're able to follow the flow of water, the flow of necessary oils and other fluids, as well as now that now that he's back in his element, Inari is able to see those little maintenance closets that he was looking for that just have necessary tools that you can't just carry around in a toolbox. Ladders
This
and
is
stuff.
Can I find a spare uniform?
Yes, actually, you can find a spare uniform.
Can I find 2 spare uniforms?
Yes, you can.
All right, so we're going to put those on.
All right, now 4.
Don't put your luck.
4 would be good. 4 would be good, but I'm going to settle for 2 if that's where we're at. Yeah.
You actually could find 4 if you want to divert from looking for an entrance into central services and spend a little bit more time.
Twice when we come out of here. So we need uniforms for me and Jack right now.
Okay.
That's the main thing.
Plus, we still have. Is this still at nighttime?
This is still nighttime, first day, yes.
Station night, I guess.
Yeah.
I am also going to grab some things that look like cleaning supplies, and then we'll continue.
Okay. The cleaning supplies that you're able to grab from these maintenance closets down here are the more heavy-duty cleaning supplies. They will...
Yeah, no, I definitely just I bag a floor buffer.
Okay.
Nobody's going to question if I'm walking around with a floor buffer doing floor buffer things. I don't think.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's the plan.
All right. So he's got a large piece of equipment that is for cleaning floors.
Yeah. No, we got the floor cleaning equipment. We got the jumpsuits. We now look like we belong here. And then we go the wrong way into Central. Oops.
Okay. Excuse me. You are able to find what look like narrower passageways going up and off into Central. Pardon me. For the less able, there are some stairs, but nope. Sorry, this is Union. They're ladders.
It's going to make getting the floor buffer up there tough, but that's all right.
Well, the narrower tunnel was also going to make that more difficult.
I'm sure they have to be able to bring it out somewhere.
Yeah, it looks like they probably take that down through the main thoroughfare.
I see how it is. Okay, well, we're going to have to haul it up the ladder then.
I'm just imagining someone comes up to you while you're trying to do that. What are you doing? It's going to be really hard to explain.
Okay.
Carry on.
That's all right. I have a plan if that comes up. It's not a good plan. I should tell you now, but I have a plan.
Oh, I don't care.
Okay. I think this is another time to take the decision out of the GM's hands and see what the disposition die says about this situation. How does it play out for you guys? Oh, look, it's neutral again. So, how the floor buffer is obviously not light. How are you climbing a ladder and taking it? There's the hatch above you is not a hatch; it's open.
All right, there's an easy answer to that. We have a rope. I'm going to climb up, then lower the rope down the hatch. Jack's going to tie the rope to the floor buffer, and I'm going to raise the floor buffer up with the rope.
Okay. As you are doing this, someone does stop and look at what you're doing. And they just stand there and watch as you're using the rope. I would imagine you're probably also taking advantage of physics and using some lever, or at least tying the rope off to something so you can...
We're doing as much, of a reasonable, heavy thing with a rope,
Pulley.
plan as we can.
Pulley, that's the word I'm looking for, yeah.
As legit as humanly possible.
Yeah. And they're just watching you, and somebody else walks by and then pauses because now there's somebody watching you, and they look at you.
I'm just going to I look right back at them blankly and say to them in broken spacer, "What, you think floor clean itself?" And keep raising the floor buffer.
There's a slight murmur, and by the time you've got the floor buffer up, there are 5 people just watching you. You get a little bit of a round of applause.
I start cleaning the floors.
I'm gonna go ahead and get a either. Let's see. This wasn't so much talking, but I would allow you to use talk, either talk or perform, and charisma.
It doesn't matter which of those it is.
Let's go with perform then.
Is there any way I can get away with
Yeah.
being lead?
No. Not this time.
Okay. Let me see if I have anything else remotely plausible. Not really.
Work, maybe?
No, don't have work. I was gonna take work. I was
Why
out of
didn't you
skill
have work?
points. I was out of skill points.
It's such a useful skill. You use it all the time.
Yeah. I was actually gonna take work. I'm not even kidding. I was trying to cover all the stuff that it seemed like would be helpful during this mission, as opposed to would make sense for this character.
I mean, work actually does make sense for like a spy, you know. Like what a great cover story. It's like, you know, you're actually doing work competently.
Uh-huh.
If you had told me that, last night when I was writing up the character sheet, or this morning,
It is not
You
my
might be seeing
not my responsibility to coach you
Oh,
for the
wait,
character.
wait,
That's
wait.
Meowkin.
You know what? I'm gonna start cleaning the floor. Only the machine's not gonna work.
Now, is it
And then
actually not going to work, or are you pretend?
Working on the machine. That's my new plan. I'm gonna convince them that I have to fix the floor buffer now.
Okay.
Because you broke it trying to get up there.
I still want to perform charisma check out of you.
Not bad.
All right. Well, I do my best, brown guy who doesn't speak the language impression in Spacer, and try to clean the floor with my halfway working floor buffer and get really frustrated with it and all that good stuff.
Okay. Well, they start dispersing.
Show's over, folks.
After I complete the extremely unauthorized maintenance procedure, and nobody is around, I'm just gonna chuck the thing back down the ladder and get out of here.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Oh no.
Well, it's better I have to steal the floor buffer, guys. I can't put it back.
All right. What is Jack doing during all this?
Probably climbing up the ladder when he throws it back down.
No, I wouldn't throw it on your head.
Sorry, I'm dying over here.
Yeah.
Just a smidge.
Oh.
It's going about as well as I expected when you mentioned the floor buffer.
They bought it. That's all I know.
So we're inside central services again. Somewhere's more on the inner side.
Yes, you are. Either with or without a floor buffer, depending on what you guys want.
Floor buffer will be a useful cover in case someone comes looking. From here, I should have a vague idea where the server room is.
Yes. If you're talking about the central Stardock control server,
Yep.
yeah, you do.
That's where we start going off to, I believe.
Okay.
Looks like it's
Very
leading
nice.
all the way over that way. I don't know if you've ever seen anybody run one of those things, but it takes forever.
I
So-
have.
I've used one.
Yeah, I worked at a gas station.
Same.
They had to come in every week.
See, I had to watch other guys use it because I was working security, but it takes forever. They
I-
were there
no,
a while.
I never actually had to use it. It was somebody coming in and buffing the store floor while I was a clerk there.
I cleaned the shit out of this space station floor for as long as Jack needs.
Well,
In Canada, we bring in a lot of mud and dirt with us in the winter, so we always had our own. Because no amount of math would stop the amount of wet and grit and snow.
So, in proceeding towards Central Stardock Services, you start seeing more vigilant and less mobile security. There are guards posted here, and it is a clear checkpoint. As soon as the floor buffer comes around view, they are already staring in your direction. For some reason, they heard you.
Can't imagine. Wow.
I don't even look up. I just, stay focused on bluffing the floor.
And is if you even angle towards them, one of them starts walking away from the wall that he's standing beside,
Nope.
to intercept. Yeah. Do you continue down this direction?
Mm,
We go past, I think.
They're not the one that has stepped away from the wall. Oh, you mean past that corridor?
Yeah, we just
Oh, gotcha.
continue past them because that's a no-go.
Okay, gotcha. You pass that intersection and
How dare they do their jobs?
and continue buffing the floor as you go.
I tell them to make a couple of passes to make it look like you're doing a proper job. Just to give them a show.
I will point out that Inari knows how to run a floor buffer, but does not know what a proper job with one looks like. So this could get exciting. But yeah.
All right, Inari puts on another floor buffing show.
I point out my total lack of ranks of work here. So
That's fine. I'm willing to roll this.
Center and get where the traffic is. They'll know you're cutting corners, but that's typical.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm convincingly operating it. Whether
Yeah.
I'm doing it the way that the cleaning staff does is a whole other consideration. But probably nobody pays too much attention to that, but the cleaning staff.
And I'm willing to roll up from your background on Kos.
Yeah, we clean the floors on Coast.
Aside
Well,
from aside from doing an adequate job buffing the floors here, I almost said bluffing the floors, which would also work. Oh, what are you going to? Where are you going from here?
I'm the distraction. Jack's just in charge.
I'm not going to have easy access to that way. I'm looking for another way in. But I bet you they're not going to make it easy.
They seem to be taking security at Central Star.Control pretty seriously. Central Star.Control.
Which might be why our mission has is not taking over Central Star.Control.
It certainly makes certain aspects of your mission easier, but yeah, this was not included as part of it.
Yeah, that would be like bonus if we managed to take over that or something like that, but it's also probably really tight security that we wouldn't be able to deal with as a party of 4. Or without being very combat capable.
I get an idea of where all the lines are underneath that room that they're guarding so tightly.
I'm sorry, I couldn't make out what you were saying. What was that?
Do I get a fair idea of where the room is relative to the maintenance to find all the lines that go to and from it?
Yeah. The maintenance corridor beneath. It actually would have come up a ramp, the loading ramp into central disbursement depository before getting here. So you are looking at one of two possibilities. Either they've secured the Central Star.Control from infiltration through maintenance tunnels, or you've got a maze of maintenance tunnels that are, not the regular cargo stuff, and probably behind some of those locked gates that you saw.
Well, back to the maze it is. So I think they're going to be far less careful with the maintenance tunnels than they are with people going into it more directly.
Okay. So I guess we're going back down. God help us.
All right. Um, at this point, it's getting pretty late. Are you going to continue through the night, or do you want to come back to this?
We need to sleep sometime.
I think we need to find an exit closer to 2A, to tell you the truth, or wherever we came in. 2C? Whatever it was.
2C. It's right there, top left.
Yeah, I think that's the next step. Well, I mean, if I were looking at the window.
Yeah, I think we're going to need to crash and sleep. I mean,
Yep.
programmers being up all night is the stereotype, but okay, we still like our sleep.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and return the floor buffer to the nearest place that it is remotely plausible for it to be found.
Inside the maintenance tunnels, or still above?
Inside the maintenance tunnels.
Okay. Okay, getting it back down into the maintenance tunnels does not draw nearly as much attention. You guys are able to place it, if not back where it came from, in a maintenance closet where there is not already one. Because they don't have a floor buffer in every maintenance closet,
Right. Now, somebody's going to wonder who moved it, but that's their problem, not mine.
pretty much. And you came in on 3D, so trying to find your way back through maintenance tunnels to 2C is going to be a fairly long trek. I don't mean days long, but it is going to take you some time into the night.
Okay, we'll stash the, what do you call them, maintenance uniforms somewhere where we can maybe smuggle them back onto the ship, too. I guess those we want, but the floor buffer can stay.
Okay.
I don't think we need to get the maintenance uniforms on the ship, unless we have some equipment that we can use to make more uniforms. Be odd to have at the ship, but hey.
I don't want to have to steal one again if I have to go back into the maintenance tunnels. That's all.
Well, what I'm hearing is that you're keeping the uniforms on you and heading back, finding your way to Dock 2C to return to your ship.
To be clear, I don't think they're talking about wearing the uniforms out to our ship. I think they're
True.
like,
We're not wearing the uniforms back to
Right.
the ship, and we don't want to
Okay.
come out on the dock because then they'll ask us how we got in there. We need to come out near the dock.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd just rather not bring the uniforms back to the ship, is all.
I mean, if you want to hide them to somewhere near the dock in the maintenance tunnels, at least that's fairly quick to get back to. Now that we know how they work.
seems reasonable. Tuck them behind a pipe or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Is that what Jack wants to do?
I was thinking more like finding an inconspicuous space to stash them, but not necessarily in maintenance. We're not supposed to be. Just can't think of a good spot.
Well, the wide maintenance tunnel is also cargo access, so it is somewhere that you would be allowed to be if you, were a ship that brought in cargo. So that area is not specifically off limits.
You would just look a little bit out of place if you're not moving cargo through it.
Yeah, or wearing a maintenance uniform.
I mean, if we're allowed to be coming into the docks that way, as far as we know, I think we can just do it. To tell you the truth, and then I guess they'll want to search us again to make when we leave the ship. They're not searching us every time we go to the ship, are they?
They're not.
Yeah, I'm just going to take the uniform with me. Whatever Jack's plan may be aside.
Okay.
I'm not wearing
Yeah,
it.
I think.
Taking it with me.
Well, I think I'll hide my uniform somewhere in the maintenance tunnel where I have relatively easy access to it. Somewhere's a little bit off the beaten path, but not suspicious enough for me to nip in there and nab it.
Okay. That's easily enough done, and I'm not going to even ask for a roll getting to Dock 2C. Once you've spent enough time wandering about, you've gotten more or less the layout of the central spokes and the access to and from, and I don't really feel like the locks that are between the docks are going to impede you. So you have had to either cut or pick some of these locks. I don't think you have quite the skills for picking, but these also aren't the highest quality locks.
I mean, we have fix. I have no. We have meta tools,
Mm-hmm.
and we have post tools, post deck tools.
So some of them you were able to pick so that you weren't damaging anything, but others, unless you specifically want to not damage things, you've had to break
Yeah,
in some
no,
fashion.
not damages
It's
on
a
right now.
little early to be breaking things. We got a couple more days on here.
Yeah.
Okay. Um,
Like that's not a concern on day 3 probably, but
well, then I will ask you for a roll. Let's go ahead and get a sneak roll from one of you, and the other can roll a fix just to try and ease that sneak roll as an aid. So I guess the fix is from Inari, and the sneak then is using Jack's scores, sneak dex.
Well, I guess I don't have any help.
You do not. Wow.
Not terrible considering I have a -1.
No, it's not. You guys do manage through a roundabout route to get back to Dock 2C. You were not able to go straight because there were some locks in the way that Jack tries he might, and even Inari tries he might. Both your efforts could not properly unlock.
Oh, I bet I could open it. It's just a
Oh,
question
you
of
could certainly
quickly.
open it, but damaging them, yeah.
yeah.
And so you're returning to your ship for sleep, rest, whatever it is you do, with about half, normal time you would. You can either sleep in or just get underway being tired.
Nah,
I
it's
mean, that's
definitely-
part of the course for Jack.
Definitely sleep time.
Sleeping in or
Okay.
Oh wait, do you guys make it known that you have found uniforms?
I don't know. Are you on the ship when we get there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I
you guys were out really late.
Yeah,
yeah.
Anna
We
and
wasn't
Leon
much
were there
up
earlier.
much afterwards. Yeah.
Were they awake?
That is a different question.
Because I'm
And
not going to wake them up to tell them I swiped the
Wow.
uniform.
seems unlikely given how late Jack and Inari were out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, no, I would not
All
have
right.
been.
I mean, I think Jack leaves a note on our ship server. You probably have something on there for comms that are local only.
Yes, you do.
Like, clearly a separated system and not going to be sent out on the public network here.
Right, no,
Right.
it's all purely internal.
Oh no, you goofed up and put it on the public server.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there is a note saying that the uniforms have been found?
Some uniforms have been found, explored the underground.
The underground. Would now be the time to point out there is no ground per se.
The underground's a euphemism.
I mean, I feel like underground usually is a euphemism for like the seedy or dark side, which I suppose is technically was explored by me more so than you. But anyways, carry on.
Okay. Well, once Inari does wake up, and you guys can all have compared notes. Those of you that want to be early birds can also certainly start on your way out. Just if you're waiting for Inari, go ahead and keep your token on that ship. If you're taking an early start to the day, move yourself on over to Henry Station.
I'm waiting for Jack.
Shoot, we were out late, so I think I'll wait a little as well.
Okay.
Yeah, if Jack's not being motivated to get up, he'll probably sleep in a little bit.
Okay, so it sounds like you guys are accepting a kind of a late start to the day,
Yeah.
and you all.
I will say Anna does knock on Jack's door at least once, like somewhat early, like after he's had maybe 4 hours of sleep.
If it's just one knock, I don't think Jack notices. To be frank.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. We'll
Okay.
leave it at that.
Okay, so you guys do all gather, eventually wake up and gather centrally on your ship.
Mhm.
You're able to compare notes. Is there anything in particular that any of you wants to point out as needing additional follow-up or notation?
Not on my end.
We still don't have a really good idea about what's going on at Dock 3E. I think we can consider 3D effectively
Well,
old, but
we have a pretty good idea what's going on there. That it's just not there's just not enough traffic. If there's more traffic, they'll
no,
open
no,
it
no,
up.
no. 3E was the
Oh,
the
3E.
very active one, and we don't know why it's active or what we're doing.
Oh, is that one particularly active? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, we have one active one on 3 and one inactive one on 3.
Well, they've got ABC. I'm assuming they have how many letters does it go? Because like the number is the level, and then then you have.
Goes up to F.
Okay, so like 1, 2, 3, A B C D E F.
Mhm.
Okay, but 3E seemed unusually active.
Well, 3E had thoroughfare traffic that was very active. Thoroughfare being the people that are hustling and bustling, just kind of on their normal daily living on the station.
Okay, so it wasn't as centered around the dock itself.
No,
It's just maybe it's just a busy section of the station.
right. And
You're dealing with some
that was
section.
also around that was a thoroughfare around 3D. Remember that was the excuse for why Inari couldn't just go in and investigate it right then and there. Is that there were a lot of people walking back and forth on the main thoroughfare that could have seen him investigating the closed down dock. But that was just your resident station people. Does that make it? Does that clarify? Did I lose
It's
anyone?
busy. Is the boil down here?
Yes, yes, it is.
Yep. We just need to make sure it's going to stay busy so that they can get in through it if they have to. So we need to find out a little bit more there.
All right.
Well, I do want to get access to Stardock controls because that's going to be pretty useful to have access to.
I feel like that's asking too much. There's individual dock controls. That's what the original mission parameters say, and I think that's what we should go with. So long as there's still business on all those, and we have access to 3D, which does not have. Here's a question for you, Dexter.
Mhm.
How frequently do they change which docks are active and which are currently temporarily closed down for not enough traffic? Is that like a daily thing?
It's not a daily thing. It really depends on the spillover. Like right now, there are ships that are still using 3E, so they can't close it. If another ship comes to dock and there's a spot open in 3E, they'll fill that. If there's no spots open, then they'll look for other spots before they actually open up 3D.
Okay. Realistic. There's a chance they open up 3D and say one of the other docks closes down, but over the next couple days, at a glance, it sounds unlikely. that situation will change. So long as we have the ability to open up 3D, I think we're good on that front.
Yeah, I don't think we need to do anything else at 3D. It's 2A and
Otherwise, all
3E
we're
we can worry about.
Well, we're also concerned about 2A. Yeah, 2A. Yeah, you're right. Because that's the one that Makoto was coming in on, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Was there another one that we... Or was 2A the same one that they needed for the Raza, the new Raza? Okay, it was also the same as the 2. Okay. Do we remember, was Makoto coming in before the new Raza?
Well, the new Raza isn't actually
Or the...
yeah.
Well, their fleet.
The new Raza is part of the destroy their weapons fleet. They're going to be sending frigates to full of assault team to
Okay. So,
burn.
so as a subterfuge thing. Okay.
No, it's not even a subterfuge thing. It's just that they're not trying to attach cruisers to, of which they have very few anyways, to the side of a space station. They're just taking a frigate that has enough space for
Okay.
50, 60, 100 men, and they're going to cut in. Yeah, it'll be packed, but they'll cut in and
Firm docks 2 here. Open to receive traffic, and the tunnels being the maintenance tunnel, the cargo tunnels, right?
Mm-hmm. And one thing that you got when you did actually ask Makoto her plans is those of you that are your characters that are more familiar with space stations can infer and space battles can infer from this. She doesn't actually need, the way she's planned this assault. She doesn't actually need for the dock to open and allow ships in, except for 2A. Because they're already planning on cutting their way through. They're already expecting those to be closed.
But making sure the tunnels are clear, that means the 3E might be an issue, right? Because it sounds like it's busy.
Arguably. I think we're coming up against there's more here than gets solved in the couple hours we have to play it.
Yeah.
Problem. And it might be because we're overcomplicating the matter.
I'll simplify. When I say busy, I do mean people outside the dock, not the dock itself.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. And that tunnel is not the same thing as where that traffic was.
Right.
Okay. So that just might be okay. That's not a non-issue then.
Yeah, I'll point out to you as a GM that is a complication you're throwing in there that doesn't need to be there.
So in this case, okay, so for 3D, really, it's not even. We basically confirmed that it's not open, right? That's all we actually need to do there.
Yeah, you've confirmed that the dock is
We've
closed.
done more than we need to do there, in fact.
Yeah.
It's not to. So our mission's not really to make sure that they have access to it. Okay.
No.
Okay.
And you have confirmed that the tunnels from 3D are clear. You've gotten that confirmation already. So of your objectives, you've still got find out if 2A and 3E are clear, and report. Those are the only objectives you have remaining before that final day.
Okay, and then which is where we let Makoto. Okay.
So you guys we're still on fair pace. We might go a little bit over, but we're still fairly paced.
The one other thing I want to do would be something that might be over the next 2 days anyways. It's a little more abstracted. So.
Okay. So you guys have shared information. Why don't you all write in Discord again what you'd like to be doing for, let's go with the next 2 days.
Right. Has anybody looked over maybe guard patrols yet, or anything like that in detail?
Well, that's tangentially related to what I'm looking at. I'm looking at essentially finding a mark, maybe one that was at the bar that was particularly interested, that has like security clearance or whatever, and just getting particularly friendly with them, and then if I need to, killing them and taking their stuff. That'll give us access to Dock 2A.
Right. Smart. I don't really know what I should be doing. I'm an extra hand if anybody needs one. Does anyone?
I have no clue what I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
I think I might spend some time rooting around underneath central services for the docking control and see how difficult that is.
Where would one find out what other ships at the station are doing, other than from people?
That would be hacking into that individual dock's terminal.
It's not the worst idea to try to find out who's docked at 3E and 2A. Just saying.
I don't think Leon's going to be able to help Anna on this one.
Oh no, yeah, not her. Definitely not her. But yeah, if Jack or NRA need any help with anything.
I think Leon may be able to assist Jack with that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if he's willing to have Leon come help.
Yes, because that worked so well last time.
Right.
Leon is really good at asking questions. So, I mean, I suppose if anyone needs any diplomatic help, mine's probably going to be more later in the evenings, if you will.
Right.
Well, let's start in while Orlinks is continuing to type on what Anna's doing. Okay. Um, seems like something that we could resolve fairly easily with either connect or talk, and the assumption of some time spent.
Talk, of course.
All right. Charisma, obviously.
Yep, sorry, hold on. Run it back into my computer, yeah. And character sheet there. And talk. With that suspiciously high charisma modifier. Oh no. That's not what I'm looking for.
Well, let's just leave that there for a minute. So, Spice, does Jack want Leon to come with as an extra set of eyes?
It wouldn't hurt.
Okay.
All right.
And if I'm reading this correctly, Jack is trying to figure out, he's still trying to figure out how he can get access to Central Stardot Control. Right?
Yep.
Okay. And I don't feel like this needs a roll. With the combined skills that the both of you have, Central Stardot Control is very well secured and very attentively secured. Jack can see that the connections going into it are of high security, and obviously you've already met the high physical security.
Right.
So it's something that you could try to access, but I'm giving you a GM hint of that's something for higher level characters, perhaps.
All right. Yeah.
That's something for Nemesis.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was worth giving it a look.
It was, and it actually it does give. It's not a waste of time. It gives you more information about the security,
which we are here to assess.
Yeah, of course.
And an RA, learning the maintenance layout, get a look at 2A while wasting time in the casino nearby. 2A is considerably less traveled on the thoroughfare. It's at the end of a U, and as I mentioned before, the only shops past it are more adult in nature. But one thing that Inari notices is that the guard at 2A, whoever that is, receives a lot more visitors. Coincidentally, somebody wanders over just to chat with him, and then, well, I may as well see what new hollows Faceblink's got in, which is the adult hollow store next door. So kind of using the guard there as an excuse as to why they were wandering over this way, and then just well, I may as well since I'm here. Still with us, Arlinks?
Yeah, I'm just not sure what to do with that information.
Okay.
I guess a lot of people act suspicious near that guard, right?
That is one thing. That information is more window dressing. But it also does give Inari some indication that these guards are just kind of tired of that.
So they may be. I'm guessing they may be less alert at that dock.
Or more, depending.
Well, a bunch of people act weird near them because they're embarrassed to be seen going into the adult holofilm shop. That's what I took away from that.
Yeah, but see, I mean, think of the guard end of that interaction. That mostly just means you're going through your whole shift being annoyed.
Yeah.
Well, there's two different. I guess there's two different types of guards in that case. There's the one that's just looking for something to actually grab onto that's actually real, and there's the one that's just sick and tired of it, not paying any attention because they expect that to be everything.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, I'm going to hang out down there by the tattoo parlor. Utilizing the universal brotherhood of guys with lots of tattoos to have an excuse to hang around.
Okay.
And keep an eye on 2A for a while and try to get the lay of the land before eventually, in my maintenance duck travels, trying to find something I can sabotage to cause a distraction.
Okay.
Connect plus number. That's where you roll connect plus number of tattoos.
It's going to be a really big number.
The biggest piece of information that Inari gets about Dock 2A is that the thoroughfare is much less traveled. It is only the people that are going over to those adult stores, and that could be between 15 minutes to a couple of hours in between people.
Okay. So what you're really saying is that because there aren't that many people here, we could in fact try to storm this if we really wanted to.
Which I think may be in the cards.
Yeah. Well, in that case, I guess
which is good for us because that's the one we need to get access to the control.
Right. So I'm definitely looking for some kind of distraction I can cause in the gambling area or the vicinity of 2A that will bring people running, I guess, away from 2A. So maybe not that close to it, but you get the idea.
Okay. Well, there are sufficient things that Inari can access in the casino that could serve as a distraction. I'm not even going to try and figure out what they are. I just know that they are there. So he has found that potential distraction.
Good.
His intent is to draw people away from the thoroughfare?
Yeah. I want to get people looking anywhere but at the dock.
Okay. Yeah. I would basically let you decide what that distraction is, and then have you make a roll to see how good it is if you decide to go forward with it.
Well, not yet, obviously, but the point is to have a plan.
We're planning it.
You are. Since it didn't take Jack and Leon a whole 2 days to decide that the central star dock control is unassailable, do you guys want to do anything else?
We still need to assess the tunnels for 2A.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
jumped away from Orlinks. Inari also in his first thing was learn maintenance layout. And Inari can direct you guys. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's what the stolen jumpsuit is for.
Yeah, Inari can get a layout and get a map to from 2C to 2A, 3D, and 3E. He can
That
get
together.
that route down to about a 45-minute circuit.
That's a start.
So at this point, all locations are opened up to you guys. We have about a half hour left, so let's kind of fastball. What do you want to do with Dock 2A, if anything, right now?
Well, I was like I said, my angle was trying to make sure we can get access to that a little more quietly. Well, somewhat quietly. It may still involve killing both the person for the badge and the person at the door.
I think one of the things Jack's going to do after giving up on Central is to poke around underneath 2A and try and use the data phase tap to look for the appropriate conduits to hijack reporting control from 2A.
Actually, I mean, you could see if you want to secure, like in regards to 2A and Makoto's access, because she's expecting access after they go onto alarm, right? Or like in that same time frame.
In that 2-minute window before Central can lock out access from the actual dock at 2A.
So in regards to that, you could see what you can do to buy us time before the actual lockout happens. Because that's the scariest time. That's the scariest thing about that is the timing on that.
Right. Huh, what could we do to maybe draw them away from that?
Well, I'm talking about like delaying the signals or blocking the signals from
No,
Central.
I think I've got the distraction part covered. It's the programming of it.
I mean, no matter what, they're going into alarm.
Ah, that's
And then after that alarm, the issue is like 2 minutes after the alarm starts, all those locks are locked from Central.
Could I use the line shunts to, at my command, just break the connection so they can't report? Or would that be automatically throwing their systems into lockdown on the dock side?
No, that would be part of sabotage. Or yes, that could be part of sabotage system, or part of subverting the system, or sorry, not subvert, suppress or sabotage.
It's suppressive subvert, isn't it?
Well, subvert would let you control it. Suppress just prevents it from doing something you don't want it doing.
But I'm not sure sabotage is. I mean, I don't think sabotage is officially part of the.
Sabotage would do the same thing as suppress, but permanent. You wouldn't have to worry about whether your hack falls off.
Yeah, I want this to be more of a thing like I flip a switch on my pad and they can no longer forcibly close the docks for a deal.
That would be suppress, but Jack's inquiries and investigations into the system, he knows that Central Stardot Control will still be able to do that even if the dock can't.
Yeah, he's looking for the lines in between Central and the docks to tap that and literally find some way to cut them off.
Okay. That is probably going to take him his last day investigating.
In such a way that he could just flip the switch and do it, because at that point cover's going to be blown anyways. But it's not like a big worry about it being found later.
Okay. Yeah, that investigation is probably going to take him his full last day at 2A, because he not only needs to do quite extensive review of the lines, the hacks, and the data, but also needs to do this in a way that's not drawing undue attention before he can flip his switch. Because if he's just starting to look around the dock and exploring and investigating it, he will be challenged by security. So
Yeah.
is someone able to help that distraction? And is already disposed.
I'm sorry, I just got back. I was in the restroom. Apologies. What's happening?
I think Jack is looking for options to delay or stop the signal to close the dock. I think there's possible distraction. The guards.
Right. I mean,
Like
shoot,
a
if
minor distraction, not like everything's
Oh,
going
not-
down distraction.
not huge, we could maybe start a fight. Two of us, two of us head off somewhere.
That doesn't work because then we end up arrested. And
That's true.
Well, it doesn't have to be a fight between us. Anna could definitely start a fight between two people. That's not
Hey,
But
absolutely.
it's not available. I'm spending time with my new boo.
You can go ahead and give me a notice wisdom check for Anna.
Oh no, I'm being social. Okay.
Yep, or notice charisma.
Well, if it's notice charisma, that's much better for me.
Yeah, I would allow that in this circumstance.
All right. Oh no, is it actually just? Dang, I'm rolling really poorly.
It's sufficient.
Yeah.
As much as Anna is trying to lead this person along, she's starting to realize that she is also being led along.
Oh no. It's just another spy.
She can either try to double down and try and push for this information she's going for, or cut her losses.
I think I'm probably going to cut my losses and then pursue a more aggressive strategy with someone else.
Okay. All right. Well, so Jack and Leon again.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to. Excuse me. Trying to investigate what's going on with or not what's going on, but if there's somewhere that Jack can place his data phase tap that will actually successfully disrupt the communication from Central Stardock Control to 2A. Jack will be doing that all on his own in the dock, while Leon is somehow distracting docking control for 2A.
Right. Is docking control like maybe a booth or like a person I can speak with? Is there somebody there for that?
They are right here. So
Right. Perfect.
actually, I'll put you guys over here. So that's where you guys are at.
Perfect. I'm gonna sort of is there like a protective glass?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. I'll lean forward and I'll try and prop myself up there so I'm like my upper half, of course, whatever is above the desk is sort of taking up as much of that person's sort of window as I can.
Like leaning forward obnoxiously.
Yep. Yes. Yep. That's the words. That's the exact words I was looking for. Not pressing his face up against the glass, but as lean forward as he can be. And he's sort of I was a bit confused about we were docking at 2C with our ship. Do you have the specifics I can get for that in paperwork form just to have on hand? Because I like to keep records, on our ship and where we've been and such. Do you have that? Can you print that out, please?
Okay. The man's response is obviously, "Sir, you're at Dock 2A," and I imagine that's part of the distraction for Leon is playing off of that and continuing to distract, right?
Wait, we're Dock 2A?
Your ship is
Oh
docked.
my god. I was here. We were here to relax, but our boss really wants us to keep records. I'm so sorry. Is there any chance? Because he said, you've got to dock here and you've got to do that. Look,
it's all the same system, right?
I love BB. I love hearing it, but I am going to fast forward you because we're on a little bit of a time push. So
Absolutely, yeah.
go ahead and give me a talk charisma check with this.
Awesome. Where's talk? There we go. Talk.
Or
Charisma.
I would allow sneak charisma
Oh.
because you are really trying to be
I
distracting.
don't think that's gonna save him.
I
Have you
don't
rolled
think
anything above a 3 today?
I don't think I have. Wait, so talk would be a +1 instead of a -1, so that would only be a 4 or 5. So regardless.
So yeah, charisma would be a 5 instead.
Charisma
Or
with
I mean not charisma, a
Sneak,
sneak would be a
sneak.
5 instead.
Mhm. Yep.
Yikes. Yikes.
Yeah, yikes.
Not much saving that.
Nuh-uh.
Oh boy.
So Jack is challenged. There's not enough distraction from Leon. And the security guard it does notice, hey, Jack's not really where he's supposed to be. So Jack is challenged and essentially escorted back out because he doesn't really belong in 2A.
Fight it, Jack. Don't be escorted out like that.
No, there's no sense starting that fight here. But this is just gonna be an invitation for me to go through maintenance.
Okay. The guard after the frustration of Leon above, the security just doesn't care. Is like just you can't be here, and lets Jack go through maintenance instead of being escorted up the elevator.
Perfect. I go and find my outfit I stashed in some inconspicuous spot and quickly hop into it.
Okay.
So
Is
at
it
the very least, I glance they don't think to question me,
okay?
and then head over to something relatively close to 2A and start poking around.
Okay. Okay. Um, it's at. Oh, let me flip back to Anna real quick. You've cut your losses. What do you want to do instead?
Oh, I was thinking about finding another mark, but this is after like basically a whole day, essentially.
Yeah.
So I've only got
This
one
this
day.
is I was actually thinking this is more like a day and a half. You've got about half a day left.
Okay. Well, I could go very aggressive and just get someone at a hotel and do do the whole murder thing. But
You
we're
could try
submitting the
that.
report after 3 days, and we're holding for 6 hours, and then we're waiting for submitting the report again, then we're waiting again. That's
Yeah, the waiting 6
I could
hours is just in case
first report.
they arrive from the spike jump right after the first port would have reached them out
Yeah.
at the perimeter.
And then it's an indeterminate amount of time for the waiting, but presumably it's probably within the next day.
Yes.
I could push my time and try and keep trying that, but I think we have an alternate way. It seems like we could storm that control, possibly, right?
You could. And I'll GM hint. You've also seen these people don't stay locked up in their booth.
Yeah. Well, I guess he went out and got Jack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't really think getting in there is going to be the problem.
Yeah, you're right. I don't really know what else on Jack. Do you have any ideas what else Anna could do? I'm at a bit of a
No, I
loss.
don't have any really good ideas for you.
All right. I guess I'll just be standing by in the area near them in case they need, a distraction of some sort again. But
Okay.
yeah, I with that line cut, I guess it's not really worth it. Worth trying to and like I said, yeah, I don't think getting in there's gonna be an issue.
Okay.
Via more forceful means.
So you've
So I'm just on standby, I guess.
you're
Same, I don't have too much to do.
you've reached the end of your 3 days when you're supposed to report. Just give me a brief rundown of what you guys report.
The status of the docks. So was it Dock E? Or sorry, Dock 2A. dock open, tunnels clear. Yeah, that's what he has here, right?
Okay. So
Oh, the
basically,
dock.
Hmm?
Yeah, carry on.
What I typed out there for the dock statuses is what you're reporting.
Anyone else have any to put on there?
And
I think I include the central docking control is inaccessible.
we should probably give them my map of the access tunnels.
In addition, I'll be reporting the regards to security responsiveness. They're undergeared, but they have the armory that still has the rifles, and they also have the secreted away barracks or guard posts throughout.
Okay.
But they would still be underarmed for at least the initial assault.
I think I mentioned that it would be a wise idea to bring cutting torches for the very flimsy security they have in the maintenance tunnels, the locks and whatnot on the gates.
That's a good idea too.
I got the general location of the armory, right? That's a single location.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be reporting that back. Of course.
Okay. You wait another 6 hours and send the same report. And you guys do have some time that you can spend after this. It's expected to take about 2 days for the fleet to actually reach Henry Station from the edge of the system. And then at the moment that Makoto sends you a signal, she wants radio silence after this, and the moment she sends you the signal, she wants you at Dock 2A.
Yeah, so we'll need to be lingering there. But she's only going to be that signal we're expecting once the fleet arrives, right?
Right.
Okay, so we have roughly 2 days. We'll say a day and a half to be safe.
Mm-hmm.
After that, we'll try to linger inconspicuously near Dock 2A.
I stick to the plan of hanging out with the other tattoo guys that whole time, if necessary. I've been looking to see if there was something I wanted to try to put together that seemed like it would be helpful for breaking into the security area. And apart from a really big hammer,
I guess you could try. Where is that armory located?
The armory is located deep within Central Services.
Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, no, I can't think of anything terribly helpful to build under the circumstances. Even I think we're just going to have to jump the guards to the extent that's possible, and take control of the dock for a minute.
Maybe you could have a demo charge just in case. Jury rig one of those, right? Can you jury rig a demo charge?
I don't know why you couldn't.
Is that safe?
Well, all jury
so long as you don't fail the roll.
Yeah, all jury rig devices have a roll to see if they work.
But do they have a roll to see if they backfire?
Not really.
Okay.
That's not explicit in the rules.
I can make a bomb. I'm not really sure we want me to make a bomb.
So you want to make a bomb?
I mean, on general principle, yes. Under the circumstances, no.
I'm just throwing the suggestion out there. You never know when you need a bomb.
No, I don't think that's actually terribly helpful, to tell you the truth.
Did we verify that the guy at the security post at each dock that they have access to their badge, grant them access to the controls?
We were able to operate the controls in 3D.
Yeah, you were able to operate the elevator controls in 3D. That was no problem. That was required.
That was hacking that, right?
No, that required no hacking or anything.
Okay.
That was just
being in the room.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So we don't need to secure any extra access there. Basically, as long as we can get into the door, we're good.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, then, yeah. I think I'm well and good out of ideas of anything else to secure this.
I really don't have anything else I can think of that makes sense to do.
Much as I, really want to make sure I get an execution attack in, I think I can still squeeze one in a 2A.
Yeah, most likely.
Well, looking at 2A. Actually, before
Okay,
it.
wait. No. I have a nice evil idea. Do they have hover dollies or something like that?
For the cargo.
Yeah.
No, I've been imagining them using good old-fashioned wheel dollies.
That's okay too. Do they
Okay.
have spare crates? Are there empty crates that I can scrounge one of?
Sure.
Say an empty crate big enough to hide somebody inside.
Sure.
Okay, so who wants to hide in the crate and get wheeled in there so that you can shoot the guard when he comes down from the control room to fuck with us?
And that spoils my fun.
Oh, there will also be whatever guards up top, right? There's multiple guards in these.
Before
It's a
you
good idea, but I
continue
don't
with
think
this, let me just focus on Spice just for another moment. Um, Jack still had that day and a half if he wanted to continue trying to find that basically that wire that he could snip.
I mean, I can help him look for it if we've got that long.
Yeah.
If that matters.
Yeah, that'd be what I'd be doing.
Okay. You'll still need someone to distract the guy up here.
Maybe Anna will do a better job.
Maybe. It'll also be easier because now Jack and Inari are wearing maintenance uniforms and are drawing less attention.
Yeah, so remember the dolly and crate plan?
Mm-hmm.
We get a new version of the dolly and crate plan, which is that I just get a crate full of spare parts, put a fake label on it, and then deliver it to the wrong dock as a distraction for Jack.
Okay. So let me get a a sneak, work, or perform check from Inari.
Okay, I guess we're going back to perform because that's worked out good before.
Okay. All right.
I'm an extremely convincing fake dock work.
And how is Anna distracting? How is Anna being a distraction?
Probably something along the lines of, Mister, I'm actually lost. I don't know where I am.
she gets a response of, "Oh, this again," and go ahead and roll me your talk charisma to try and keep that going on.
All right. I look over my shoulder. It's like, I think there might be someone following me. Talk charisma. That's
Okay.
better.
All right. Now finally a program int check from Jack.
You're about to ask me for that. I was like, oh no.
No modifier?
No modifier. Oh, well, you got a +1 from Inari.
Perfect.
And Anna has made it so
Kill them.
actually easier.
That's a decent roll.
That is an
Did it
excellent
indeed.
roll. It was very difficult to find, and it's something that is quite possibly only possible because you've got a data phase tap. But yes, Jack can disrupt the incoming signal for a half hour.
Nice. That's way more than 2 minutes, y'all.
That's good.
And
Yeah,
it's
fantastic work.
the best part about it is it's not even something that the central Stardot control will know has happened.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So you can plug it in advance.
Perfect.
Let's take that and fast forward to the 2-minute window which is now just opened up quite a lot. But it is 3 o'clock, and I tell people that my games run for about 4 hours. So if anybody needs to leave now, I understand. If not, I think this will go for about another 15 minutes.
I think I can.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm good to stay.
I'm golden.
Spice?
Plenty of time here.
Okay, perfect. Well, let's go ahead
Two
and
and a half
finish
hours
this.
before my next game.
Yeah, despite my best efforts, my one-shots do end up running a little bit longer than I planned. I think I've gone 15 to 30 minutes over each time, and I keep trying to fix that.
That's always an issue when it's something that really needs a conclusion.
Yeah, I
One shots are a lot more difficult in that sense.
my worst concern is, or worst fear is that I do all the planning, and you guys just finish it in 2.5 hours, and I'm like, well, good game, guys.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't be that bothered by that, but I can understand why you'd want to avoid it.
Yeah. All right, so you've spent some time. You've laid the groundwork for things, for the assault that you know is coming, and for your part in making sure that Makoto gets safely onto this station without having to cut her way in. That is clearly the main intent there. Is that she gets on with the least amount of attention drawn, because obviously she and Colin Wayne and the payloads that they're delivering are very important. The other two that are breaking their way into docks are distraction and additional forces once everything is settling, once dust is settling. Um, you get that call from Makoto stating that she is on approach to Dock 2A, and that her ETA is 10 minutes. That is also uh, when action will begin.
All right. Well, so that's when the slot machines in the casino violently short out.
Okay. Is that when you get that message, or at the 10 minutes mark when she arrives?
No, actually, before she arrives, because it's going to take them a while to figure out. I want to get people looking the other way, so I'm probably going to hit the button whenever Jack tells me to, but sometime after she calls us.
Okay. So sometime between when she calls and the 10 minutes of her arrival. Got it. Okay. Are there any other preparations being taken before her actual arrival at the dock?
I think Jack's gonna find the control lines for the doors. He doesn't have to go up into the control room. And then he's just gonna bypass their local controls and open the door, quote unquote, manually with the control lines for the door actuators and all that.
Um, can you be more specific? Which doors are you trying to control?
Dock 2A.
Okay. So the main outside door or internal doors?
An outside door.
Okay. All right. Um, was Jack positioning himself in at a terminal in central services?
I was actually, yeah.
I think I also said that he could do it from Dock 3D. I can't actually remember if I said that.
I don't think you
I
did.
don't know. I think that was just access to Dock 3D from other terminals.
Yes, it
Not
was.
the 2A.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything going to the docks needs to come from central services or central star dock control. Um, but there were unused terminals in central services, and you guys have been in and out of central services enough that I forgot to even mention that. Um, and it's unimportant because Jack can find himself an unused office. He did need to get some help with unlocking it, but he's able to be inside of it. And that's something that that unlocking could have occurred at some point during the day and a half as well. So Jack is now positioned at a terminal in central services. Right?
Perfect.
Okay. Alright, I'm going to put him in tattoo parlor as a representation of distraction. Where are Leon and Anna positioning?
I am once again approaching that security post with the intention to. Well, okay, so my goal is to get him out of the his little cubby, if you will. And also I want to try to use a damsel in distress approach.
Okay.
Or I mean, I guess worst case, if I can't get him out there, I can get in there.
One small hitch that I think was overlooked is to control the dock in 2A, you do need a line shunt. You haven't shunted 2A yet. That's not insurmountable. Anna or Leon could place that line shunt. And
I thought if we were going to be able to get access to the office itself, we'd have control of that. But I guess maybe not with the bat. Maybe need more just the badge from the person I'm potentially most likely going to kill.
Right. The elevators, there's no problem with those. If you're inside the office, the elevators can be controlled. I believe Jack is trying to make sure that the outside doors stay open, so that a ship can fly in and land.
Oh, you're saying for that he need a line shot.
Yep.
Yes.
Somewhere between the three of us, I'm sure we can apply the line shunt because I'm not out of the picture.
Yeah.
I'm just not in the front.
Right.
Right. I wouldn't mind going up there and putting the line shunt in it, and if you have anything else you'd like to do.
So you know that there's a guard here, and there's a guard stationed inside the docking control as well. I happen to know that we have two characters that have assassin. And they've been wanting to use their execution attacks.
Are we going for it, Anna?
I'm trying to remember, level 1 is really just the smuggling in a weapon, right?
It is.
Yeah.
But that means that you guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, your point blank attacks with your ranged weapons can't miss either. But I was just gonna use a knife like a good old fashioned.
Right.
I took sniper as well, so.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's not really sniping if you're getting up right behind them with a pistol, but you know. Yeah.
So which one of you wants the responsibility of placing that shunt in a room with one or two? It happens to be that there is only one non-security in the docking control at this point. So which one of you wants the responsibility of placing that line shunt in the room that has one non-security and one security who don't want you in that room?
That's fine with me.
And which one of you wants the guard
the front kiosk?
Yeah, the front kiosk.
I'll take care of that one.
Yeah, I'm probably a bit harder to get rid of than you might be, so I don't mind being in a room with two people.
Yeah. But I don't really want to get hurt right now.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
Let me know if I need to run past a guard. I can do that.
Okay. Jack is sitting at his terminal waiting for signal that the line shunt has been placed. Inare is ready to create the distraction at the casino so that nobody is wandering. I can use pointers. I always forget about that. Not turn order. So that nobody is wandering past the thoroughfare and looking in as you guys do your thing. And Anna is trying to bait the guard out while assessing and spending her 1 minute observing. And Leon is doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. You will both need to make a talk charisma check to bait your guards so that you do have access to them, so that they're actually bodily accessible. And Inaro, why don't you go ahead and roll me a fix int for how effective your distraction is. And I don't feel like this needed to be jury rigged, so I'm not going to roll to see if it was even to see if it even works.
might not be that good a distraction, or it might be much bigger a distraction than I expected.
Whichever way the DM's whim goes.
Talk charisma. God, please. Oh, that's okay. It's better
You
than a
finally
3.
rolled higher than a 3. Is that your
Yeah.
roll there, Nara, the newest one?
Yeah, the
Okay.
5.
Okay.
He could have just denied it. He wouldn't have known.
I could have made an expert and wouldn't have had this problem. Time to go adventure.
All right. Well, we will look at how Inari's distraction is affecting passersby in a moment. Both Leon and Anna have bodily access to their target and have spent enough time in this interaction that they can make their execution attacks.
All right.
Now,
All right, well, then I need to save then, because I think it's an automatic with the melee weapon. Plus assassin.
Yeah. Do I? I don't think I need to roll because I'm
'Cause even the
point blank with the
pistol
pistol.
right, no, everything now is
up to them to make a save. Well, or if they have less than. So what was it? My damage is it's max damage, right? So with the boosted, I do 8.
I'll go ahead and go through the whole part of it. I just forgot where it is.
Yeah, it's somewhere very specific. Hold on,
I found it.
I've searched for it multiple
Page
times.
52 in case anybody.
There's way too many references to the word execution.
It's like
Oh,
he was
yeah.
expecting that.
There we go.
All right, so you don't have to make your skill check with a ranged weapon because of assassin. Then the melee one always hits. If the attack hits, which they both do, it does maximum damage, and the victim must immediately make a physical save. Oh, it is at a penalty equal to the attacker's combat skill. Okay. You were right about that, Miyoki, and I forgot that that's part of it.
Yeah, that's why I need a stab skill.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really a huge deal. I'm assuming that if you have -1, that'll be a bonus essentially on their save.
Yeah, that is exactly how I would apply it.
But if these guys have 8 or less hit points for me, then they're dead. Straight up. And then the saving throw is basically if they had more than 8 hit points.
Yep.
Because it does maximum damage. Basically, it's an attack at maximum damage.
Excuse me.
No problem.
All right.
Oh, nice.
That's actually the one that has the +1. So he has technically succeeded his saving throw. Let me roll for the other one that does not have any modifiers.
They have more than 8 hit points.
That is now going to be rolled.
Oh, they haven't rolled for their hit points yet. Okay.
No, I have
Wait,
not.
I'm a little confused on how the ruling works here. Wait, so what? So
that's their saves to be mortally wounded.
Okay.
Regardless of the damage.
Yeah, so they've
rolled how much hit points?
succeeded their saves to not die immediately, and now we're dealing with hit point damage.
But if they have hit points, I don't know what your damage does. I don't know what your damage is.
My
That one's
maximum
dead.
damage with that pistol is +7. Or
Okay.
sorry, not +7,
Seven.
just 7. Just 7.
The 7.
They are
points
both
damage.
dead.
Okay.
All right.
I whisper
Very
in his ear. They made me do it. I'm sorry.
Leon now has a terrified
Right, I was gonna say.
technician begging him not to kill him.
Oh my God, you're lucky I don't kill scientists, and I'm just sort of kind of gonna have, or not scientists, technicians, and I'll have my gun pointed at him
Is that? Hold on. What was
as
the mod?
best I can while putting in a line shot.
What was the pistol? The special pistol mod? It was subtle. What was that?
Subtle. That's a silencer. I forgot to tell you that. I had it at the back of my head when we were starting this, and then we got distracted on something. Subtle is a silencer for laser weapons. It actually makes them completely silent. For ballistic weapons, it's almost completely silent.
So I mean, here's a question: if you were like face to face with a guy, could you just like, oh, he just collapsed? You know. That was the reason I was asking about that. It's like you could really probably pass it off like this guy just collapsed for no reason.
No,
Right.
there's a stench of burning.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
Okay, well, he might suspect a reason, but he wouldn't know he was murdered immediately.
yeah, I was gonna say maybe you could pass that off until he started pointing the gun at other people. Yeah.
I always kind of imagine, like, you have your back turned to that technician, you pull out the gun, like, the whole, like, there's, like, pull it out of your pocket kind of thing, and, like, in front of you where the other guy can't see it.
If
Mm-hmm.
Leon wants to try and
That's-
pull a smooth maneuver like that, the technician is looking because you had to
Oh.
get access to the guard in some way, and that required some interaction.
Yeah, Leon's not going that secretive with it. He's just gonna shoot him
Okay.
and then go put in the line shot.
Okay, all right. Jack
Fair
receives
enough.
a notification that he has control over the dock, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a gimme and say that Jack was able to place the data phase tap and make it to the central services terminal he's using within just a few minutes. He is heavily out
Alrighty.
of breath. He had to run.
Hey, at least I have +1 dex, so
Okay, okay. Got any exert?
I actually do have exert.
Oh, okay. He is not out of breath. This is he's prepared for this. He's an agent. Okay. Um, the you're able to control the Stardark and get Makoto in. Um,
Vent atmosphere with no warning.
and what?
Vent atmosphere with no warning out of the dock.
Yeah. um,
I make sure to send a message to everyone that's code for suit up
right.
as
Right.
a digital reminder.
You guys are all fine because you're still within the atmosphere controlled by the station. As
No,
for
just a reminder if we're going to leave that way.
right, got it. As for Inare's distraction, it's successful. But it is also in addition to keeping people there to try and figure out what's going on. Um, it's causing some to walk out of the casino and just kind of mill about, looking inside the dark room, and that is drawing some attention from the other side. So the casino's over here. There's milling about, and now people are over here looking, and just a couple, and walking over to see what this commotion is. It's possible that they won't even look over to the side, and it's possible that even if they do, there's just nothing that they'll see. But is Inari going to do anything about that?
Yes, I'm just not sure what yet. I don't
Okay.
have long to figure it out, obviously.
You don't.
Oh, that's easy.
Oh boy.
And Ari is going to start shouting about fire and how everybody should call the fire control service and this, that, and the other. And I'm going to make a charisma lead roll to get everybody to, become really concerned about fire and pay attention to that.
Okay.
And I'll point over to the, smoke from the burned out slot machines and so forth as the evidence thereof.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this correctly, the people over here at the casino, he's trying to keep them there so that they don't walk past your dock. He's directing his new distraction towards the couple that are walking towards the casino so that they won't pass the dock. Is that correct?
Yeah, go get help, that kind of thing.
Okay, let's go ahead and roll that lead check. I know you've been itching to roll lead the entire session.
I found a use for it.
You did, and it was successful. His distraction was not perfect, but he's made up for it.
All right, works for me.
Um,
Pretty well covered.
Within seconds of you guys of your guys's quick dispatch, The station goes into yellow alert. Does because you knew that you expected this to happen? Has Hinari moved into the docking area?
Yeah, I would kind of become the distraction at this point. I think
Well,
by getting
it's
in the way of everybody and the dead bodies.
it's no longer necessary.
Oh, my guy just
Once
took a nap and leaning against the wall.
um, a security gate has started coming down over here, and so it's no longer going to be visible. Jack will still be able to make it there through maintenance tunnels. Um, and inside, Leon hears Central Star Dock Control trying to reach the technician in there. Um, Trying to tell them that they are overriding and locking down the station. What is the status of uh, hands? Hands on deck.
Oh, right.
We're all fine now. How are you?
Oh God, I don't even know how to respond to this. I'll just is it coming out of like a walkie-talkie or anything,
Well,
or?
it's coming out of the little desk radio that's desk microphone radio that's in front of the technician.
Oh,
I
right,
think I
right,
need
right.
to talk to
Okay. Yeah, I'll point my gun at him to get him to sort of, move away, and I'll switch it on. And I'll point my gun at him, take my hand off. What do you say when everything's good over here? Do you have a?
Do you? I'll give me a minute to study, and I'll report good.
Tell him everything's fine on your end, and then you get to live.
Yes.
Mhm.
Please. I have a family.
Fluffy, you just killed another guy in cold blood. That's a very real threat.
Mhm.
He does take a minute to steady himself. He's still shaky when he gets on the radio, and says, "All clear, all hands inside, and door ready to close." He is challenged on why he is so shaky, and he quickly covers with, "This is the first time I've ever seen a yellow alert."
Mhm. And I'm sort of just nodding.
and not the first time we've seen someone murdered.
Mm-mm.
Yes, you avoided the Han Solo scene.
We're all fine here. How are you?
Go ahead and roll it, Meowkin.
I'm not actually in there, am I?
You guys can have moved in.
Oh, okay. Well, would that
Unless
be
you
like
wanted to do something with the guard
talk.
that you just
Would that
killed.
be like notice, or would you want to do that under talk?
Yes, this is going to be under notice and
Should I
wisdom.
make it charisma? Okay, that's fine. Because I have a +1 for some reason.
That is
Oh,
sufficient. You don't feel like he's given any codes. Of course, codes can be, very, very specific,
Good.
very subtle, but
Yeah. But he probably wouldn't have.
he probably isn't right now.
Yeah, I'm content with that.
Okay.
I am definitely going to move the guards' bodies to somewhere less conspicuous, given the chance.
Okay.
When that door's closed, we're good.
yeah,
Both their,
we're fine.
both their bodies are behind closed doors now.
That's not a door, is it? Or is that...
It is now.
It is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, a security gate came down, like
is
an actual.
Yeah. So Jack is. Where was this? What was the maintenance tunnel from here?
The
maintenance
maintenance
tunnel
tunnels
leads
are
to
all,
here, right?
on the lower levels of the dock.
Okay. I was gonna say we're split out from Jack, but not exactly. So.
Nah.
Everybody's where they should be, and Jack knows how to get here. We'll be all right.
You guys want it?
Fantastic.
Should we start putting our vac suits?
That is probably a good idea.
Anna suggests that, but does not seem to hurry to do so.
I'm gonna slip mine over my clothes. Now that we've got everything settled.
We got the two-way door set to open, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're all golden.
All right.
As you guys are milling about and not milling about, but as you guys are gathering and putting on your vac suits, the technician hazards a question. Still scared. Who are you guys?
Just don't say who we actually are. Can you imagine?
Oh right, I forgot I made that a secondary and not a hidden
what-
objective.
I did happen to look. I did happen to look at those. Secondary. Nobody suspects technology involvements.
That's part of our usual MO, though. So
It is.
That's a damn. That's a DM trap right there, y'all.
The person looked back at the guy and said, "Were the people telling you to put on a vac suit?"
Exactly.
He quickly starts putting on a vac suit and just thanks God and whoever he worships for his fortune, I guess. All right.
He's leaving with us, so he can't tell anybody, even if we're not killing him.
Yeah, there's nobody
At
to
that point-
alert anybody if there's, nobody left.
Well, you might as well just kill him. But okay.
I feel bad though.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't intend to
That's
kill
a good point.
That's all I know.
Yeah, that's fair.
Do you kill him?
Yeah, just for precautions.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm a mercenary. It's none of
Yeah.
my concern.
Hey,
I mean, I don't care
Yeah.
because I think we're in the end game, and I'm an android, y'all.
you don't say.
Scum.
Jack has made his way over and suited up before passing through or maintenance tunnel air locks. And final disposition of objectives is as follows. You secured docking control 2A quite well. You accurately reported security readiness. Nobody
Yay.
suspects SST involvement.
They're
And
dead.
technically no bodies are discovered before the assault begins.
Of course.
Yeah, we didn't clear. I was wondering about that 3E. We didn't clear that one.
Yeah, I was going to give you the no bodies discovered even if you hadn't killed the guy, just because he had no way of reporting it.
Mhm.
But
But if you were a meaner DM, that's why it's always important to shoot everybody.
Well, it's like I read. It's like there's some stealth games. As long as you get rid of all the witnesses, there's no bodies discovered.
Exactly.
yeah, yeah. The main point of that objective was that nobody could raise an alarm before the action actually began, and that was successful whether you killed him or not.
Oh, I'll keep my fang, y'all. Probably for this character. I really need it.
The special thing about named weapons like that is that they don't count against your mod limits.
Ooh.
Oh, that's good. And boosted is actually really good for an assassin. I realized that when you apply it, when I looked at it, double checked what it was. It's like, oh yeah, that's actually really good for an assassin.
Wait. If there's a
I
mod
know.
limit, what is the mod limit?
So the mod limit, unless you have the Tinker Focus, is 3. You can have more mods scattered across your equipment, but anytime you go on a mission, you can only bring equipment with up to 3 mods across all equipment that you're bringing.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And
Alright.
that's where these special things, even though they might not be exactly what you want, like you might not want subtle and concealed on a laser pistol, but
Right.
it's still something that doesn't count against mods that you can bring.
All right, very cool.
And so you all gain 4 XP.
Awesome. Oh man,
Oh,
that leveled me up.
I don't need money. Oh man, this is the first time I got 4 XP. This is the first one I've been on. We didn't get all the secret objectives.
Oh,
It was pretty disappointing that way. Yeah.
That is. I had a sneaking suspicion earlier though that was gonna be.
I was sure we had missed something, but I was also not going to find my way to it anytime real soon. So
yeah, same. Oh wait, Dex. With leveling up in this system, you of course you get 4 XP, and then you go to the next level, which for 3 is 6. Do you still have 4 XP, or do you have to gain 6 XP to get to that? And then
That's right. You've only played Stars
with
Without Number
milestone.
games that have used milestone. Yes, you. It's cumulative, so you
It's
still
total.
have 4 XP.
Okay, so yeah,
Yeah.
so
So you're at
awesome.
4 out of 6.
Mhm.
The first two
Okay.
levels require the same amount of XP, essentially.
Yeah, awesome. Oh god, that gives me a bunch of stuff to do with.
It
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
Okay,
Man.
now
Now I'm gonna do the optimal thing, Dexter. It's run time.
Oh no. Wait, what?
It's a weird thing for psychics, and now thanks to Dexter, also androids.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a weird optimal thing where you take the feat at level 2 instead of level 1.
The androids in the ADAs, specific androids in my system, basically are the equivalent of an expert / partial psychic.
Oh, very cool.
It's never optimal for a partial psychic to get their psychic skill up to 1 during character generation, because doing that
Mhm.
requires you to take the focus psychic training.
Yeah,
And
I remember
it's-
talking to somebody about that. I think it might have been you,
Yeah.
maybe?
It's way
Yeah.
better to wait until you hit level 2, just suffer not having any psychic techniques for that first level, and take it at 2, because it's so much more valuable.
But
All right.
to be fair, probably getting that diplomat feat focus is actually pretty valuable.
Yeah, it didn't work for you this time, but
Yeah,
it certainly could have.
it can be really difficult to make everything work for you for one of these one shots. But
Oh yeah.
you know, who knows? I may play this game again, this character in the future.
I
Oh,
hope
I'm
you guys
definitely.
do.
I will hold out that hope. And you know, maybe sometime I'll use my meta knowledge to sabotage the mission. As a player in the base campaign.
I was right not to make the lawyer.
Oh, sorry, you cut out.
I was right not to force making the lawyer.
Oh, right. Right.
I mean, that could have gone different. I mean, I don't know. We could have gone a different angle on that.
I'll say I really like Inari. So I'm glad you didn't make a lawyer, although I think it still would have been fine. I was already envisioning administrative paths that you guys could have taken for some of these. The getting that 3E cleared up could have easily been like, I was looking at that and thinking, well, that's one real quick and easy way to get that cleared up.
Bureaucracy.
Yep.
It's funny. I did opt to take administer and just never got around to mentioning it.
Oh.
You could have gotten us another hidden objective. Actually, hold on. What was the reward for that one again?
One that is actually not bad.
Yeah.
Oh, Cosmet. It's all 3 though. Oh wow.
And
Yeah,
just to be a nerd, I'm going to take perform and work.
But yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I still probably would have gone the Makoto Fang for this character though.
Yeah, I try to make the
really-
hidden ones good
Perform,
rewards.
What
Because
would be
now
the
worst cases, I can still Oh, yeah,
I'm
actually,
back. My apologies.
I see that the nobody suspects thing is kind of like just getting a wraith, except, well, I guess it is basically getting
right.
the wraith if you wanted. Anyways, I'm going to Makoto Fang for sure.
Ah,
I
okay,
think
so
I
you can
figured
only
that
choose
also
one of
just
these, correct?
a
Correct.
hidden thing in the toolbox.
Wait, so
So we can. What was it? You can. Your original thing was you can write a after action report essentially, and unlock one of the ones that you didn't get, right?
Yes. Under
So
extra
someone-
credit, in the Stars Without Number Discord, if you want to write about the session, in some way, and it's very very broad and vague of what I mean by write about the session. Just make it meaty, something I can sink my teeth into, something that other people can read and enjoy.
Oh, so sort of like the session logs we do in character for the game we play in Dex.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have to be that long. You could just write a log or a section about one section of this, not the entire thing.
Oh wow.
Like, I don't
Okay.
I don't
Yeah,
care
it's-
as long as it's related to this game, and as long as it's something that could possibly generate interest. That's really where my thrust is.
Generating interest.
It's more promotion.
All right. All right.
And if you do that, then
It's like the
you.
universe you have detailed during character generation.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Keep trying to pencil in corners of your universe that I don't think you've detailed yet during character generation.
You absolutely do. You are a challenge, Orlinks.
I mean, that's the whole point of these. I mean, I thought that was the whole point of these one shots is to serve us the main campaign.
That's what I was thinking. These
It's a
one
really
shots.
cool concept there.
These one shots feel almost like maybe like reoccurring characters in like a long running TV show for the actual campaign.
Yeah, you mentioned that, and I do. I see them as kind of spin-offs, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Or not reoccurring because I doubt any of us show up in the actual game.
But they could
yeah.
if you advance far enough.
I
I
guess,
imagine
yeah.
if you actually manage to get 6 commendations, it's like one of the highest ranks for corporation. I'm willing to bet you can show up in the main campaign.
Yeah.
Well,
I'd
shoot, I've
definitely
got to show
consider
up for enough one shots. Yeah.
A few more people with genetic modifications, and I'll come hunt all of you down. It'll be fun.
All right. Like to see you try by the time I get 6 combinations, but yeah.
Did you mention so much genetic modifications? Because we definitely have someone on board that's very interested in genetic modifications.
Well, apparently that's mandatory for advancing to the only rank in Mercura that Johnny can look forward to at this point. So,
Johnny's gonna sip a little bit of the Resident Evil juice.
Oh yeah. I thought that Resident Evil one shot was pretty funny.
Resident Exfil.
Yeah, Resident Exfil. Mm-hmm.
Let me continue real quick.
biology away.
Mm-hmm.
So, just finishing up for the extra credit, just write it, and then you get to choose one additional of the secondary or hidden rewards that you haven't already chosen. You can't choose an objective that you didn't complete, though.
Oh,
okay.
So it was additional.
Yeah,
And the slashed off ones are the ones we did not complete.
that's correct.
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
the one. We didn't clear out 3E, essentially.
Yeah, that's fine. It's no big deal.
I understand. That is a pretty good one.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, but God, I don't even know what I'm gonna take. I definitely want to write something, so I might get 2 here, but
Yeah.
Huh.
You don't have to use the mods immediately, so if you don't have use for subtle on any of your weapons... Oh, actually, you've got a mag pistol. You've automatically got use for subtle.
Yes, subtle and concealed. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, I already have assassin for concealed, so.
True.
Yeah, but you never know when a friend needs something to smuggle.
Oh, absolutely.
Or when you need worst case, when you need a backup weapon.
Exactly.
That was
Very
my
good
original
point.
intent, is to have a backup weapon.
Yeah.
When
Hold
I
up,
found
let
out
me-
that I was getting a concealed weapon.
Man, how stingy of I feel like I'm gonna assume that this is 100% in universe. That Spectre Star will supply you with this high grade laser pistol and not give you any ammo for it. I had to buy that.
You know, they usually do give you ammo, actually. Spectre Star might be stingier than the others.
I didn't get any ammo, or it wasn't on the
I
requisitions.
recall someone else complaining about getting too much ammo from the other corporations.
If you need Spectre Star's philosophy, if you need more ammo, you haven't done your job right.
That's pretty good, but
Actually, it's true. I mean,
a fucking ship with bullets loaded in it.
I mean, what, you have 10 shots with a single type A? If you need more than 10 shots in an operation, you're not doing your job right.
there could have been 10 more technicians. You never know.
This sounds like a challenge. I mean, I can just go ahead and try to see how much ammo I can use the next one shot with Johnny. It'll be a lot.
Exactly.
You think you can use enough ammo, as much ammo as Mercure Corp gave you, which is what, 40?
Oh god.
Can you use 40 ammo?
I've had like well over 100 ammo just kind of sitting on that character. Like, I'll go ahead and get myself something that has burst fire and just go crazy and probably still be shooting at the end of the one shot.
Oh yeah, and to be clear, we do not keep the requisition stuff.
Yes,
That's correct.
yeah, I know that. Which is I'm getting rid of the vac suit and the pistol.
Yeah. Speaking of which,
I do get to keep the pecking bird, correct?
You do get to keep the pecking bird.
Awesome.
So is your name the Wraith?
Oh no! Pecking bird.
No.
Yeah,
You meant
literally
the
the bird.
pecking bird.
Yep, literally the toy.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
Sorry, that took me a second.
No. Yeah.
One additional thing, and
Right.
this is
4,000
a little
credits
bit
is real
unusual.
nice.
Let me get myself back over here. Oh, hang on, I lost myself.
Mhm.
For your for shunting 3D and making sure that that was actually open, um, you saved a lot of pirate lives.
Yeah, but who cares about those?
Well, their assault was that they would have to spend at least a half hour cutting in, and by that time, of course, station security knows that they're trying to cut in and is entrenched. And the fact that they could just fly in because you had um, shunted and secured that um, earns you praise from Makoto.
How?
Aw.
Praise for
didn't think it was
Makoto?
possible.
I don't believe it.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, happy we advanced Jack's career because I'm sure none of us are getting credit.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Oh, Dex, are we allowed to sell things? Nothing too crazy. I just want to sell the the Type A power cells I bought.
You are
'Cause-
not allowed to sell anything.
Okay, cool.
I mean,
Uh,
you can
well-
toss it, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have 5 batteries now, just in case. So.
I mean, if you wanted a battery, I could have loaned you one of the 3 I have.
Well, I guess not anymore. I mean, it's always helpful to have batteries on you.
Oh, sorry, I have 4. Never mind.
Oh,
And everyone does gain 1 commendation.
nice.
Woohoo!
Oh, I
I'm
guess.
trying to remember. The
yeah, no.
androids don't really gain accommodations, right?
I'll still give it to you. It
I mean,
will.
as an android, I could care less about progressing through it. Well, character. I guess in character, maybe there might be some. Yeah.
I mean, some androids are more trusted than other
I am
androids.
Ada. I am Ada after all.
Mm,
Yeah, that's a whole thing in the lore.
yeah.
Yeah, it is. And Spectre Star Technologies knows about ADAs, so it's knowing that I can't think of any reason why they would deny you particular ranks.
So long as I'm working for them and seem trustworthy. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and if you stop working for them, they can just turn you off.
Oh, right. I
Uh-oh.
guess they do still have that, don't they?
Yes.
They're in your head, man. In your head.
It's what it is.
I guess that also actually kind of makes sense too, because that would move up my rank for basically someone giving me orders too.
Mm-hmm.
And that would make sense. Is that a more useful android would maybe not take orders from people that aren't higher rank.
Right.
And it doesn't really matter if the android has a mind of its own, so long as it keeps listening to you. Was I
Yeah.
think fair?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, we certainly had hints of that in the main campaign too. That it's like they know these things exist, and yes, they will still use them
Nice.
I am gonna
because it comes with certain benefits.
I will catch you folks later.
And yeah,
All right,
again,
later,
you
dude.
can
See you,
shut
man.
them down. Yeah, and if we get one more commendation, I'm becoming an inspector.
Oh, damn.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That theme is for the Inspector Savant.
Yeah, get your themes right.
Oh, okay. What do I need to do to level up this dedicated?
I am going to end the stream just in case there is anybody lurking out there watching. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. If you actually
Yeah.
watched.
Use your Twitch Prime subs.
Yes, what he said.
Yeah.
But if you're not watching, screw you.
Yeah. Remember what happened to that technician.
All right, I'm cutting it
kidding.
before anything gets threatened.